Well, that was certainly a shit way to end a baseball game now, wasn't it? That was not great. That was not great. But as they say, that's baseball, I guess. God, that doesn't have to be baseball, but for whatever reason, that is still baseball. To Crash's point, at least Wayne Brady's all elite. That's all we need. At least Wayne Brady is all elite. Where is Wario? He is warming up. It'll take him a little bit to be ready for the show, but he'll be here. He'll be here. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. My goodness, my goodness. Mills, Hockey Kid, Joe, no problem, by the way. Happy for those of you that caught that little code drop earlier. John, on the YouTube side, what's happening? I have a fantastic, arguably terrible question of the day for you. Can't wait. Fuming at the called strike. I mean, that is what it is. Lethal, all good. All good, all good. Eating his garlic in preparation for the show. Yeah. Oh, man. What a bummer end to that game that was, man. So tonight, like, I was watching both the baseball game and the AEW pay-per-view, and also trying to keep my eye on the Oscars, too. It was a busy night. And of course, the AEW pay-per-view is still going, because it's an AEW pay-per-view. So I'm doing my best to keep my eye on it, but yeah, if I were to watch that whole thing and then stream, the stream wouldn't start until 1 a.m. So that would certainly be a while from now. A while. Give me 5 players who everyone thought was a bust that turned out to be a great player. Is that Rhonda thing serious? She did show up tonight, yes. 5 players who everyone thought was a bust. God, you're right. That's a tough one. I'm gonna mainly think from a hockey perspective, because I feel like that'll be easier for me, but I don't know for sure if that's even true. Baker Mayfield's a really strong shout, actually. Yeah, no, Baker Mayfield's a really good shout. That turned out to just be of course, be a Cleveland problem. Because, yeah, you kind of want to limit it to, like, top 10 picks, right? You kind of want to. Crashy is a bust. You are, Crash, you are. People who we thought were going to be a bust, but they weren't. Or who people thought would be a bust. Mayfield was never bad. He played at the right shoulder and got left to die. Correct. But people still talked about him as if he was completely cooked. Tim Thomas? I mean, Tim Thomas was like, what, a 9th-round pick? I don't think you could label someone who was a 9th-round pick a bust, you know? Thoughts on Tua signing with the Falcons? I mean, you know, they got an injury-prone left-handed quarterback in Michael Penix already. So I feel like, what's one more? What's one more? God. I'm trying to think. Like, I'm going through drafts and trying to think. 5 people who people labeled as a bust, but they were basically too early on the call. I mean, Baker Mayfield's definitely one. God, baseball-wise, you could say Mickey Moniak. Right? I mean, people used to clown on Mickey Moniak, and guy had a damn good season for the Rockies last year, so that's another shout. Sam Darnold, definitely a shout. Definitely a shout with Sam Darnold. So we got baseball covered. We got football covered. Dylan Strome is a decent shout for the hockey. Josh Hamilton until he was again. That's also a very good shout. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair. An NHL one's a little bit tough because most of the time when people are like, this guy's a bust, that turns out to be right. I don't think people called Ryan Nugent-Hopkins a bust. I mean, they might have, but it's just he wasn't generational. God, like I'm scrolling through NHL drafts here trying to find a good answer. Lafreniere. He might be close. He's a fine player. Trayvon Walker. Like the Trayvon Walkers and the Alexi Lafrenieres of the world, I don't think you can properly label them as busts. Like, Trayvon Walker isn't the best fucking edge rusher in the NFL. Jamarcus? Well, no, Jamarcus was just outright a bust. So was Ryan Leaf. You guys don't... some people clearly don't understand the question Warrior asked. Clearly. Oh, boy. I'm going to pin it. There you go. God damn, some people clearly don't understand the question, and that is okay. Yeah, hockey-wise, Ryan Strome might actually be the best answer. Might be. You know, Bryce Young definitely has a shout in that conversation, too. Bryce Young definitely has a shout in that conversation. Like, up until last year, a lot of people were like, oh, dude, he's cooked. He's terrible. I mean, Tom Wilson's a fair shout. I don't think anyone was ever labeling Tom Wilson a bust. It's not like the guy was a top 5 pick. Oh, goodness. You could say Jonathan Drouin, but then again, like, that's when he was in Colorado. It's like, oh shit, he wasn't a bust after all. And then, you know, he ends up on the Islanders, and Islanders fans were overjoyed to see that guy get traded. So that, you know, Sam Bennett might be the best hockey shout, actually. I wouldn't even necessarily say Sam Reinhart was viewed as a bust. It's just he didn't really live up to his full potential. But Sam Bennett was a fucking fourth liner in Calgary, and people are like, yeah, this guy's cooked. So Sam Bennett might be my my hockey pick, you know? Yeah, I'm going to leave it at Sam Bennett there. We're going to leave it at Sam Bennett. Would the Bruins keep James Higgins, or would they trade him at some point? They'd be fucking stupid to trade him. But then again, the Bruins and their prospect management is not always that great, as we know. It is not always that great, unfortunately. Especially you look at like what's gone on with like Fabian Lysell, Matt Patra. It's not great. So yeah, Warrior apparently. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Jack Campbell for a bit. That's also a decent shout. Well, it is pretty funny that we see the Diamondbacks re-signing Mr. Perdomo on the same night that he gets absolutely hosed on a strike 3 call to end the WBC semifinal. I still can't get over how bad that pitch was. How bad that call was. Good pitch. Great framing. Bad call. Horrific call, honestly. Now, with our White Sox here, something happened last night. We pulled off a miracle. Nobody else would sign Paul Skeens. So we just slowly let our interest build and build and build. And then we got to offer him a deal, and he said yes. So we did have to give up compensation, obviously. There was a qualifying offer on him. But we have managed to sign, in his prime, Paul Skeens, which I am quite excited about. You got to look at some of his numbers over the last couple seasons. Is he on a 15-year deal? Not quite. Not quite, but it is a 9-year deal worth just under $34 million per. It is an unbelievably sweetheart deal. Just because nobody else pulled the trigger on signing him. We were just able to sneak in. We were just able to sneak in and make it happen. So that is, in theory, one of the greatest steals of a contract ever. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. And in terms of how this team is looking, we might need a different backup catcher other than Jackson Appel. But Matt Henley is here and ready to be our starting first baseman. We moved out Murakami. We moved out Toglia. In second base, we have Doug Felton. Did Scuba leave the Tigers in the save? No, he did not. Third base, we have Paul Cortez for now. Trent Broadway in the system. Colson Montgomery at short with Billy Carlson as a backup. Jordan Beck in left. Prepping for Louis Anderle in center. We might need a short-term option there. And then Braden Montgomery in right. So we had to move a couple of other people I wasn't exactly prepared to move to make these deals happen, but I think it's been worth it, to say the least. So we just need to double-check our trade block and our untouchable list. But Madroth, Gonzalez, Barry, all of those guys could go. That's not a big deal at all. Ramos, Sweespol, if we can move either of those two, that would be great. Carlson, Vargas, Lodi, Sparrow, like, all these guys. All of these guys could go. Hugo Page might end up being our center fielder this year. Thoughts on the foul ball home runs? So from what I've seen, it's only happened at I always want to say Sky. It's Sky Dome to me still, damn it. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's something that'll be patched soon. They did release a patch today. So
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking grass.
Shout out to Jay Clay for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Acuna's only gone because we had to pull that off to get somebody else. Like, he was included in a counter offer to get a deal done. And we had brought in Louis Anderle from the Yankees, and it's like, okay, screw it. Let's pull the trigger on that because this kid's going to be ready real soon. Real soon. Elsewhere, what's up? How much better is this franchise compared to NHL? Much. much better, if we're being honest. If we're being honest. 2, 3, 4, 5... So, like, Christian Apor, Norman Kay, McCullough, Davitt, all those guys can go to the block. Let's see. Vasil, Leisure, Alberto, Miea. I mean, any amount of those guys can go. Have I made my March Madness bracket? I have not. Because I have barely paid attention to anything college basketball this year. But obviously now will be a great time to start paying attention. All right, let's see. So Teal and Hicks untouchable. Henley's untouchable. Felton's untouchable. Burns. We had the maximum amount of untouchables already. Did we really? I mean, yeah, I guess Cortez doesn't have to be untouchable. Jake, what's up? I'm enjoying it. Like, I know some people are really upset that there's not a trade finder this year. I don't inherently hate that. Now, obviously, I think a trade finder is a nice feature. But if you're not going to have it, you do need a system like this. So I am glad that said system exists. Because we definitely had other games where there hasn't been a trade block, and it's like, okay, there really should be a trade block in this game, but I think we're doing all right. To me, Trade Finder makes it too easy. I mean, I do think it should be there as an option for people, I'll say that. I won't blame anybody that prefers that particular option. Yeah, we gotta be more selective with our untouchables list here. I do wish there was a quick click to clear. There we go. The untouchable list. Need at least a trade interest bar or trade finder. At least the option for it. I agree. But I'm not opposed to the idea of not having an interest finder. Primarily because, yeah, like you need to kind of do your research and send an offer that you're good with instead of worrying about like maximizing the in-games, like the in-game. Well, let me make sure it's a pure 1-to-1. Every trade is completely fair. Like, you know. All right, so if we just protect the top dudes in each spot for the moment. Basically protect our starters. And then we'll see who else we can add. Yeah, Skeens is definitely going nowhere. Moki, yeah, it's supposed to start up this summer. Speaking of trade AI out of the parks, much better than prior years. It's good to hear. You're right in that it's not the craziest statement of all time, but that's okay. All right, do we have any other A potential dudes are going to be sticking around here as well? Don't plan on letting go of any of them. B potentials we can talk, even if someone's a bit weaker as an A potential, they are staying. All right, there we go. There we go. And then trade targets, we had those third basemen in the mix. Okay. So as far as I know, and from what I was looking at there, we're not really worried about forcing any other trades. Like, if we could clear out people at second base, that would be nice. Clear out one of the third basemen, a couple of the shortstops. Bringing in a short-term center fielder wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But also, we do still have free agency going on. And with Diaz going back to the Dodgers, 3 years, 18 mil. Some sort of value system. Some trades, there were 60C, 25 low prospects getting traded for stars, but I couldn't move mine. I haven't seen any deals like that, to be honest. That's interesting. Do we have anybody out there that is interesting? Cutter Crawford, we're fine. Motivation Max. All right, Cutter, I don't need you. Center field, Brenton Doyle, Jacob Young, Miles Straw is looking for a 1-year deal. Tyler Freeman, Johnny DeLuca, Blake Perkins. Yeah, Miles Straw for the year, just a veteran center fielder. That wouldn't be too bad at all. That would not be too bad at all. See if we can get that done. Yeah, we definitely have some other dudes I wouldn't mind seeing dealt. Let's see. Shota. We do not need Shota. Miles Straw is interested in us. Big time. How much money can we save? Not as if we don't have plenty of money. We have $83 million to spend right now, which is nuts. And I imagine this will be us picking up Miles Straw for the year? No. He is not happy about being lowballed, which is fair. But at the same time, get lowballed, nerd. Please. Let's see. Jimmy Griffith is still out there for the Dodgers. I was hoping we could find Some team. There we go.
I'm
so
just
like
trying to walk through this
the
fucking
Mariners here. And thank you to Eric for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Goodness. Welcome to the trying to distract myself from horrible umpire work in the WBC. All right, so these guys need a shortstop. So, what an advertisement for ABS. All right, so if we give up Brian Ramos in this deal, you don't really need second baseman, but would you like second baseman? Could be decent. Starters, we could use a pour on this one. How's Wario doing? Still in the early stages of AA. We're doing okay. I mean, we're dealing with some. Ooh, Mariners don't really have the budget for anything. That's their problem. How was I gonna say? We're dealing with the effects of low attributes right now, primarily. What if we trade you guys? There's no way they take this, by the way, but like McCullough. They just have no money. If we give you David Sane, he's making $1 million. Yeah, the Mariners aren't going to work for us. David Murdoch. Hello. They need third baseman. I mean, they also have no money available. Damn. George Graham at LA again wasn't looking for anything that we have a position of strength in. Last guy up is Hayden Davis, but again, the A's just have no money available. So, yeah, we're going to have to just... There was Ojeda there, too, but we've tried to get him plenty of times. We're just pretty much going to have to wait for a team to come to us. And there we go. A team did come to us. It is Tony Norris, that young third baseman that was just drafted. And, well, a center fielder, which we do need. Miles Straw hasn't accepted that deal yet. Luis Robert Jr., he is getting paid. Reds, I like that got hit. He is getting paid $18 million this upcoming year and next. But it moves out Billy Carlson, who I don't really want to get rid of. Like, he is a very defensively responsible shortstop, but he's a backup. He is a backup. Chase Majdroth, who we are trying to get rid of anyway, because he's also a backup. And then Alexander Alberto. I think we got to take this. We get a third base prospect in Tony Norris. 59 overall at 19. We get the center fielder that we need. You know, I don't really want to give up Billy Carlson, but it makes sense to get something for him now instead of, like, potentially stunting that development, you know? Like, he's just not going to be a starter here behind Colson Montgomery. Majdroth has been a very serviceable second baseman for us, but his time is up. I like that deal a lot. That is going to be accepted. So Luis Robert Jr. is back after 4 seasons away. He is back. Smelly, that's brutal. All right, Tony Norris and Luis Robert Jr. are in. So third base now. We have Broadway, Norris, Simons I don't like talking about, Presley, Chu. I mean, we are really trying to find that third baseman. And now Luis Robert Jr. is back in center field. He's getting paid a bit too much, but it is what it is. That is what it is. All right, I think we did pretty well there. And now we can tell Miles Straw to kick rocks, buddy. You blew it. You blew it. Sorry, pal. All right, so yeah, catchers. I mean, Appel is good enough to be the backup. Michael Turner even. We got Henley. We do need a backup first baseman. Second base, again, it's now Doug Felton. Did that say Skeens? It sure did. Again, hopefully Gonzalez or Barry gets dealt so that Felton only has, like, the one backup. Pressure. Cortez has plenty of options. Shortstops were good behind Montgomery. We have 4 outfielders if Hugo Page is the backup. And, of course, we pulled off the big Paul Skeens signing. So we're looking good. We're not... you won't rebuild the Bucks, just take their ace. Hey, it was free agency, okay? And they got compensation. It's going to be pretty rough, but we got Paul Skeens. All right. We do need a first baseman. But it's a backup first baseman, so we go front office, we go trade hub. We still got the block set up. The targets, I mean, these were all third basemen, but we got pretty much the top guy that we wanted. So let's just say... I mean, we could still look for a better outfielder. I don't really know if we need a third baseman now. I'm not going to say first baseman because we just don't need a starter. Hockey Kid, I'm not entirely sure yet because it's not like NHL where it just tells you immediately. But it's going to be a lot. What are the biggest positions in need? We have a first baseman. It's just we need a backup. We got a second baseman. We don't really have that starting third baseman yet. And then the outfield, I mean, hopefully Braden Montgomery is the guy, but I don't know for sure. Shout out to Mike for 110 streams in a row. That is ridiculous. Let's just say we're good in center field because of Anderley. Again, there really wasn't like the starting third baseman to my recollection. Like, we tried to get Marcelo Meyer for years. That just wasn't happening. Tried to get the ghost of Jose Ramirez. I don't really think, I mean, unless we tried to get Junior Caminero. Which, I mean, maybe. I mean, we might as well set our sights high. I don't really want Gorman or Paredes for how much they're going to cost. I want somebody younger. Colt Keith. Again, we got a younger guy that can at least step in and play. So unless it's this drastic change at third base, I think we're fine. We tried to get that guy from Philly, and then again, they dealt him to the Angels, and I'm mad because he could have been perfect. Baum, Wagaman, Beatty, and Durbin both end up in Texas now. Seen the old school Padres Braves fight from '84. Maybe? That's really something offhand where I'm like, hell yeah, brother, and he threw that right hand. I might have. I don't know. Shaw, Tenna, Bregman. Tommy, the 66 months in a row from Snowbury. We're averaging 3.57 meters per hour. All highways leading in and out of the city are closed. Enjoy your snow day, I guess? Thank you for the resub, though. Enjoy that sweet, sweet snow day. Catcher, I do hate to tell you. His time finally came. So it was nice knowing you. And we'll see you down the road. Yeah, we are just not going to get that third baseman unless it's Junior Caminero. For what reason? A good trade. He was a part of the trade that acquired us Jimmy Merritt and Gene Waldron from the Guardians. It also helped us get rid of Murakami. Jimmy Merritt is an A potential starter. So, they better be elite. He could be. He could be. And his name is Jimmy. Have you considered this? His name is Jimmy. If I was going to trade Drew Romo for anybody, I did trade him for Jimmy. Okay? Just think about it. Think about it. I get it, but I'm not thrilled. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, goodness. Goodness. Good little Jimmy. God. Oh, 2011 WWE. What a time. 2012 WWE. No, 2011. 2011. You know, little Jimmy stuff started. That was a time. All right, we need to get the boys set up for this year. We need 2 other catchers in this system. Who are they going to be? It could be Tyler Stevenson, but that is a very expensive backup. But honestly, that's a pretty damn good backup to have. He, Luis Torrens, Connor Wong. There's really no younger pitchers that are actually, or catchers, I should say, that are actually that good. Mario Mosquera. Let's bring you in for single A purposes. Michael Chow. Let's bring you in as well. Wasn't that the guy that Washington drafted first, or like top 3? I'm pretty sure that, yeah, this is the guy that the Nats just completely swung and missed on. Shout out to Bearded. A tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Good Lord. Thank you very much for that. So that is now both players the Nationals have just totally swung and missed on. We've just picked up for the hell of it. Goodness. So we want to make sure Kyle Teal's in. So Kyle Teal is a beast against righties, but he's not that good against lefties. So if we could find... By the way, I just noticed, start of season, current, that's very sick. How did I just notice that? Can we find someone who's good against lefties? Stevenson's not that bad. Luis Torrens, Jonah Heim, Banfield. Did you miss the draft? No, at least not for tonight. Thomas Nido, the GOAT. So Teal is at a 61 contact against lefties. There's really nobody that much better. Like Connor Wong. All right, that idea doesn't really work then. Oh, what do we want to do then? We can just bring in whoever. You know, let's just bring in Deacon Rubio. Why not? We'll just go with whoever we have on roster to be a backup catcher, and we won't spend that money. We will keep it simple. So backup catcher will be... Ty will go to the veteran. Michael Turner. Congratulations, you are the backup catcher this year, buddy. We'll have... Well, I actually signed one guy too many. Yeah, whatever. We'll just leave him. It's fine. Michael Chow, single A. There you go. First base. We do need a backup behind Matt Henley. That's it. So as long as it is... And actually, let's look at Henley's stats here. All right, he's good against lefties. He's decent against righties. Doesn't have much power against righties. But anybody at a sub 73 who's maybe more defensively oriented? Or we just look at see if there's a younger player that was left behind, but not really. Okay. So Chris Morrell. Not the best at fielding. Carson Taylor. Nathan Martorella. Nick Prado. Nick Prado could be picked up here. Ty France. Ty France. Honestly, Ty might be good enough at the plate that he gets some options. Victor Belicotto. Also has a couple of quirks going. Jonah Bride. And Jonah Bride is pretty good defensively, which is what we were hoping for. Christian Walker. Let's go. That's weird. Ty France's reaction time to his right isn't that great. Jonah Bride. I will not give you a multi-year deal. I will give you a 1-year deal worth $1.3 million. Congratulations, buddy. Finally got around to the free version of Pro Spirits here today for being able to just experience the gameplay. It's pretty rad. It's fun. I mean, again, it's obviously very simplistic for what it is. Catcher, if you type that instead. Fine. Here's the make good to catcher so he won't be mad. We'll sign Nick Prado, who wants way too much money. But, the hell was I gonna say? Oh, Pro Baseball Spirits, yeah. Like, obviously, hopefully it is them properly, dipping a toe into the pool, being like, I know we're very protective of Japan, and the Japanese, intellectual properties and such, but, like, man, it's the U.S. Put stuff in English, and people will play that game. And they will. Hello, Davis. How did everything go? All right, second base. Probably have Gonzalez. Jacob Berry can go down to triple with Bruin Agbayani. Double A will be Muhammad Burns, Alex Quiones, and Norman Frazier can hang out in high A. All right, everything is looking fine there. Bride will be in triple. Eddie Trevino's not that good anyway, so yeah, I think that should work. I'm going to Disneyland. There you go. Third base, Mr. Cortez. Welcome to the majors. Paul Dan Cortez. Tie goes to the veteran. Brian Ramos will be the backup this year. We got a lot of third basemen. Which is what we wanted. And a lot of dudes down in high A. At least for the moment. Shortstop, Vargas. Congratulations. You will be the backup shortstop this year. So we wait to see if anybody else gets traded. Considering they also sourced out basically all their IPs to third parties, I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, again, right? Like, you don't have to Americanize the game or Westernize the game, but it would go so far just to have Pro Baseball Spirits menus have an English translation option. It would go so far. Is 26 worth it if I haven't played since 21? I would say yes. I feel like enough stuff has changed over the past 5 years. I would think so. Also, I guess it depends on how into baseball you are right now, right? You know what? Am I happy with how this is looking? Not really. You know what? Walters go so far if umps weren't U.S. homers either. Imagine. Imagine. All right. Jacob Berry, I mean, we don't really care about you, so you're going down to single A, buddy. Muhammad Burns will go to triple with Agbayani. Sorta, yeah. They've been few and far between on the Pro Baseball Spirits games. All right. Again, we don't really care about Luis then long-term. We don't really care about Gross long-term. So Broadway and Norris will go to AAA. Simons, I'm sorry, but you're being overlooked now because you are squarely in bust territory. We'll prioritize Chu and Presley. Shortstop. We do have two guys that we care about here. And we are going to drop Ladis down to single A. We're going to drop Barrow down to single A. Bump these guys up so maybe they can eclipse a 70 and become a bit more tradable. And double A will be Eddie Hernandez and Gene Waldron. The outfield. It's pretty much decided. Triple A for you. Triple A for you. Let's put Riggs in double. Pettit in double. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, we need two more outfielders. Preferably both in left, but let's see who is out there. So, Is anybody that kind of got left behind? Hello, Buster Beltray. He's only a D potential, but we'll still sign him. Anybody else? Andreas Feliz. We'll sign him too. Any other younger player? Rory Ackerman. Brandon O'Connor. Byron Churio. Michael Hess. Anybody else? Antonio Muriel. Simone Juan. And we'll go for Willie Ramiro. Simon's just a guy our scouts up. Yeah. He was the defensive first third baseman that could not have been any worse. He sure was. All right, let's see. Who's going to make it into AAA here? 1, 2, 3, and 4. AA. Pretty much anybody at a sub 60 is out for the AA conversation. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. AA is 1. Drop this guy down to high A. Ackermans. Yeah, we got a lot of D potential guys just to see if somebody can actually improve and become somewhat usable. I doubt it, but it's worth a try, you know? Why not? We got all those extra roster spots. Try to put them to good use. Okay, so 1. Actually, it's at a C potential. We're going to want 1 in there. So Brandon Riggs is D potential. He's got a decent rating. And then Buster Beltray. Riggs, we're going to drop you down to single. Can AI manage the farm well? I haven't fully tested it. I have tested the renewable signings and everything like that, which for the most part, they're relatively smart when it comes to that. They might on occasion let go of somebody that you didn't want them to get rid of, but it hasn't been anybody crazy. Like the best I've seen them get rid of is like a low 70, you know? All right, so that's good. Starters, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with a pour. So Norman K goes down. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with McClendon. So then AA is 1, 2, 3. All right, so we need 3 starters, if we can find any, for the minor leagues here. Anybody? William Wood. Sign him up. Mark Forbes. We have a full roster. There are a couple of starters there that might be worth checking. All right, so you know what? Catcher-wise then, Michael Chow. I accidentally signed you. Congratulations, you'll get 45 grand. Because I made a mistake. Where the hell was Mark Forbes at? Actually, let me see. Do you have... Yeah, D potential... D potential, D potential, D potential, D potential. D potential. All right. Well, Forbes, bring him in. You're helping out a family. Yeah, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there anybody else that it makes sense to get rid of? I guess one of these first basemen that we brought in, like Bryant Walters. It's just not that good. Enjoy your 45 grand, Bryant. Turns out I didn't need you. You never said I wasn't a wasteful GM. We'll bring in Curtis Brock. All right, so that'll help AA a bit. And then 4 relievers. Ideally, we want these guys in there. So that's 3, 4, 5, and 6. So Gonzalez will be on waivers. Miea will be on waivers. So that's 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and double A is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to balance it all out. Gary McCormick, you're down to high A. Hate to tell you. All right, we should be good once those waivers go through. So Michael Turner, backup catcher. Nick Prado, backup first baseman. Felton and Gonzalez at second. Cortez Ramos at third. Montgomery Vargas at short. Outfield is Beck, Robert, Montgomery, and then Hugo Page is the depth option because we have Louis Anderle, who's going to be ready to take over shortly. And again, I still cannot believe we managed to add Paul Skeens through free agency, but we pulled that off. We pulled that off. All right, cool. Cool. Staff contracts. Okay, we did lose a scout. At least one, because, yeah, now we're up to 15 grand. This middle scout needs to be replaced. Walter Scott. Jesus, that guy is unbelievable. Let's get rid of Olszewski then. Because that is one hell of a scout. So we got to look at somebody sub 87,000 or so. Anybody that makes sense here. Yeah, Robertson's not that bad. Leafs legend Nick Robertson. This guy's efficiency sucks. There's got to be somebody half decent at that price point, right? I think Robertson's about as good as we're getting. That works for me. That works. Save early, save often. Even though apparently there was a patch that was supposed to fix some stability issues, we'll see if that's actually the case. I really hope it is, because this game has, game mode specifically, has crashed on me 5 times in the first couple nights. So, what year are we in? We are heading into, what, the 2030 season? So, I mean, we've been at the helm for a little bit now. Still got a bit of a ways to go. Most wins in a season were 79, but as they say, Rome was not built in a day. Top prospects entering this season. Matt Henley falls from 3 to 4th, but I mean, he's about to go to the majors. So we do have a top 4 prospect. And then outside of that, we should have quite a few more people. Jimmy Merritt at number 17. Eddie Hernandez at 18. Anybody else? Gary McCormick, number 34. Brady Turley, number 40. Trent Broadway at 46. We have a top 5 farm system right now, with those 6 guys inside the top 50. It's not bad. That is not bad at all. We have rebuilt decently well. And we shall see what this team will do this season, especially, again, like Luis Robert in center field, Skeens as our ace, which is just nuts. So our pitching rotation this year is Paul Skeens, Shane Smith, Sean Burke, Hagen Smith, and Noah Schultz, with the bullpen being Christian Apor, Mike Vasil, Sandy Cox, Jordan Leisure, Rondell Williamson, Benito Vizcaino, and our closer, Grant Taylor. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. And our lineup. We have Doug Felton. I was a bit worried about this. Doug Felton, Kyle Teal, Colson Montgomery, Luis Robert, Jordan Beck, Braden Montgomery, Paul Cortez, Hugo Page in a DH against righties, and Brian Ramos. Henley does sub in at first base against lefties. But yeah, Hugo Page is actually going to get a little bit more playtime than I expected. So, it's a little bit by committee here, but with young players, some other guys that we're trying to maybe be able to shop a little bit. I don't hate having a bit of a rotation, you know? That said, we are 0-8 to start this season. My God. Whew, so Skeens has 2 losses already? He sure does. With a 5.23 ERA. At least he's still a 99, but he might be cashing in. He might be cashing in on that that paycheck and then just not doing anything from there. We shall see. Okay, if we talk about what we need in this draft, it's honestly probably a little just the best players available, really. Like, we have Kyle Teal at catcher, but we don't really have a good replacement in the system for him. First base, we have Matt Henley. He's the guy for years to come. Second base, we have Felton, Burns, Kionis, Frazier. Like, we're fine. Third base, we got Broadway, Norris, so many other guys coming up through the system now. Shortstop, we do have Hernandez. Okay, I'm thinking catcher, I'm thinking left field. I'm thinking catcher, I'm thinking left field. And then center field, we have Anderle, so that's good. Right field, I mean, we have Garrett Beavers, but probably right field as well. So catcher, corner outfielder, and then just general scouting. Should probably be our approach this year. Probably. So let's start there. Scout position. Catchers in the West. Honestly, just have everybody look at the catchers. We'll do it that way. We'll do it that way. Try to get as much info as we can. 2-13. We're going to set records, baby. 2-13. I'm here for that. I did not think we'd be this bad at all. All right, let's go catcher central. See who else might be there. Because in that instance with the West, right, there were only 4 catchers. Like, we should have them very well scouted. I cannot believe how bad we are right now. I cannot believe how bad we are right now. 4-17. Is Paul Skeens hurt? He must be. Paul Skeens suffers a shoulder tear. Just, I believe, 3 starts, maximum of 4 starts into his White Sox career. How did this team win a World Series in 2005? Because they are absolutely cooked. It's kind of insane how bad this, how cursed this team is. All right, week 3, we still look there. That's fine. Holy. I mean, we did have a decent pitching staff prior to Skeens getting here, but, damn. Damn. All right. 10-24. How are we this bad? All right, that is the catchers that we needed to look at. Let's go left field here. Let's go left field since we are still primarily scouting for need as opposed to anything else. We did have a top 5 pick, but I don't remember if that holds or not based off of compensation. Well, we just had 3 scouts scout 1 left fielder. So that dude should apparently be fully scouted. He's on 80%. He's not even that good. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Now let's look in the Central. See what else we can find. We'll see if this scouting strat pays off. It's not looking like it's going to. We also haven't gotten a single trade offer so far this year. I don't like that. Nobody wants my garbage. But it's beautiful. So I noticed the positions just constantly seem to reset. That needs to be, yeah, that needs to be addressed. And you know what? Let me mark that down. Let me mark that down really quickly. Actually, no, I'm going to tweet it to Mills. Goodness. All right, there we go. So I didn't forget. White Sox are cursing after 25. Yeah, 25 years after. There we go. So we has mentioned. Well, I mean, in terms of what we're looking at right now, though, what are we even looking at right now? We have a catcher, we have a first baseman, a second baseman. Guess we could look for a better third baseman. Could look for better outfielders. We'll leave it at that. All right. Well, apparently the highlight of this season will be the draft, in which case we're not even sure what our pick situation is going to be. Because we acquired a man who immediately suffered a shoulder tear. If that is not this team to a T, now at 19-40, then I don't know what better sums up White Sox baseball. I don't know. Yeah, we gotta hope the draft here goes our way. 21-45. 20 games back in this division. Whew. 20 games back in this division, huh? Back to tanking. Not necessarily intentionally, but apparently. 24-48. It's never good when you're unintentionally tanking, you know? It's not where you want to be. Skeens is at least off the injured list, but second baseman Bruin Agbayani has torn his ACL. Skeens has just 38 innings pitched so far this year. Thankfully, though, like he's not dropping. In terms of rating, he has dropped with some attributes, though. Every single attribute that has one of those little arrows on it is indicative of a change, and all of them have dropped by at least one. Ay. Alright. Didn't you used to have a player named Boston, too? I think so, yeah. And we got a couple players from Maine. We're very New England themed here, don't you know? Alright, and then the final one here will be international right fielders, and then we will do a little bit of cleanup scouting for anyone who looks like they could be pretty good. But, blockbuster trade. Tampa acquires Miguel Garcia. 30 years old, 87 overall. Alec Marsh, last year of his deal. And Eloy Jimenez, who is absolutely cooked for Jefferson Caro. Michael Foret. And Gregory Barros. Not the worst deal in the world. Like, the Royals get younger. They shed some salary. Not a bad deal at all. Okay, Tampa. They get Casey Mize. Now 32 years old, 84 overall, making $30 million through next season for a very good C potential prospect, Ahmad Miller. Now, I know for some people they're going to be like, dude, he's a C. He is a 78 overall at 19 years old. That is nuts. And don't sleep on C potentials this year. Good Lord. Good Lord. All right, we have 2 weeks left of scouting. Our first pick this year is in the 5th. It's 5th overall. We did forego our 2nd round pick to sign Skeen, so that's not that bad, really. So the question is then, 5th overall, who is at the top of this draft that we are going to want information on in case they fall to us? So that's not too bad. Isn't that a player at his peak already? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, but it does mean that his ceiling just isn't going to be higher. It just means he's closer to his peak. Could he cap out there? Yes, but he could also grow a bit more too. So, like, that guy's not going to, unless that potential goes up, he's not going to hit like an 87. But could he easily hit like an 82 or an 83? Yeah. Okay. Ronald Brooks, projected 1st overall. Eldridge Lebowski at shortstop. And Howie Wilson in center field. Starter, short, and center. Let's look at those guys. Their second scout's ass. He's not great. That's because our other scout left. Then again, you could argue how good of a job he was doing anyway. All right, so according to our guys, Lebowski and Wilson both dropped, but Ronald Brooks is the real deal. So if that guy falls to us, 5th overall, that's an absolute must. I mean, we could look at Lebowski more, but let's get information on Nigel Hobson. Shortstop, or a couple second basemen. There's also a first baseman in there. Couple of first basemen, couple of second basemen. Central, international. Ooh, okay. So hold on here. Let us do you, scout position, international second baseman, and we can get information on both of those guys. And then the other guy can look at central-based first baseman. And then do we want to look at Hobson, or do we want to look at Joaquim Quiros? Since everybody else is covered. Or we could look at one of the starters, Alfonso Cortez or Ford Chavez. I mean, the fact that Quiros is showing up as 65 to 99 on both, I feel like we should probably look at that guy. I feel like we should probably look at that guy just in case. Let's save here so we don't have to redo all of our scouting because we know how this game works. Still random crashing issues in franchise. I guess I'm glad it hasn't happened to me yet, but man. Well, is that patch even out yet? I thought it was. All right. Well, this season so far has been atrocious. But the 2030 draft is here. Again, we have the 5th overall pick, then we don't pick again until 87th. But in terms of players that are up there, right? Seems like it happens pretty regularly after the draft. I feel like it happens most at the beginning of free agency. It's like the game gets freaked out by some of the moves that are happening. So Ronald Brooks, Tom Lewis, Nigel Hobson, who we didn't even get to look at. Quiros, I mean, pretty much, you know what? Let's just see who's there for us when the time comes. I think it was St. Louis that won the lottery, if I'm not mistaken. No, and I am. It was the Mets. St. Louis was the team that got screwed, and they fell way down. So the Mets have the 1st overall pick in 2030, and they take Rufus Ruffing, 40th projected starter. They've learned from the Washington Nationals, I suppose. That is crazy. That they pulled a U. Hey, I never took somebody that lowly projected. They pulled a Nationals. Rufus Ruffing to the Mets. 2nd overall. is right fielder Tom Lewis, who was one of the guys I was kind of hoping would fall to us. Tom Lewis heading to the Rockies. So that first projected pitcher is still there for the moment. We'll see how far down he falls. Because third overall is center fielder Nigel Hobson to the Tigers. That first projected starting pitcher is still there. And there is just one pick separating us from being able to draft him. Will San Francisco put us behind the 8 ball here, or will they make this choice very, very easy? Shit. Ronald Brooks goes to San Fran. We have 3.5 minutes to decide who we want here. So there is this shortstop, Joaquim Quiros, 35% scouted. Dude, okay, I know this guy is only 35% scouted. That's a lot of green. That's a lot of green for Joaquim Quiros. Holy hell. And he's only 18 out of Puerto Rico. I'm tempted. There's first baseman Kevin Fielder, who's only 15% scouted. Obviously, the ranges look pretty good. We don't necessarily need a first baseman. There's also a lot of green there. Not as much as the other guy. Starting pitcher Alfonso Cortez, 10% scouted. 22 years old. Again, we don't know much about the ranges, really. Obviously, he looks amazing. Chavez, I should say. Stephen Broom. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of guys that look good. Right fielder Elijah Hutchins. That was one of our positions of need. Good fielder. Probably pretty average at the plate. I don't know if that's the guy. That overall range kind of scares me. Center fielder Howie Wilson. No chance of an A potential. I don't even think he'll be on the high end of his range. You know, closer to a 78. I think he'll be closer to a 68. There's Baker, Tuttle, Eldridge Lebowski, this shortstop. The ranges are nice-ish at a 54. Maybe. A lot of the guys we were trying to look at, like Kevin Bourbon. Peter Cherry. Andreas Cuevas. The other right fielder we were looking at, Andreas Ibanez, I don't think is the guy. A lot of, we were focused heavily on positions of need. There's not a lot there. There is a left fielder, Mark Kraft, who we discovered. He could be good if he's still there in the 3rd round. But yeah, I kind of agree. I think we just swing big here. I think we take a big, big swing. Otherwise, it's like going for Dan Pittman or somebody like that. Like, do we just go for Joaquim Quiros? Like, is he going to be that good? It's like a 99% no. But what if it's that 1% chance that he is actually that good? What if it's that 1% chance? There is not anybody here in that position of need. I mean, you could argue maybe the starter, Cortez or Chavez, but we did just get Skeens. Let's live a little. Joaquim Quiros at shortstop. Let's see what happens. Why not? 5th overall to the White Sox. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I can't say I have too much faith, but it's worth a shot, right? 24% motivation's a little less than ideal. I agree with that too, but we can give him money. So we go all the way ahead to the 3rd round, in which Rod Frederick, Jeff Kent, except Obama will take half your signing bonus. Let's look at, I mean, Rod Frederick here doesn't look that good, right? Not at all. We could take a chance on Jeff Kent. Hitoki Chan. Oh, God, I just remembered the timer. Juan Ramirez. Rich Vasquez. Pablo Vasquez. Crazy potential, probably a really low overall. Guzman could be worth... We might just go Vasquez for the guaranteed good potential. There's also a closer, Tim McCall. JJ Dudek. It's a lot of relievers. Why do I have a feeling Tim McCall is going to be good? I don't know. We're going for Pablo Vasquez. He'll have a pretty low rating, but at least the potential will be good. Maybe he'll grow quick. And we did need a right fielder, right? Round 4. Rod Frederick is still there. Robert Daniels is there. We could take a risk on him. James Watson. Ronaldo Poe. Jessica Warheda. Closer Garrett Joe? Claylis. Mariano Villanueva. Samuel Costa in center. Obviously, we're just throwing darts at the board here. The fact that one guy might be as low as a 30 overall is pretty concerning. Poe was a shortstop. I'm going to go for the closer, Garrett Zhao Zhu. Garrett, welcome in. We'll hope for the best. 4th round closers tend to be pretty good. Robert Daniels is still there. Tommy Melvin is there. Armando Espinoza. Kenny Coleman. Paul McNeil. It is like all closers. There's a catcher who's not that good. Billy Hayes here. It is not looking good. Memphis Horn. CJ Hood. Waylon Castilla. Oh, man. Do we just take somebody for the name value alone? Yeah, Memphis Horn is a hell of a name. Let's take a risk on Robert Daniels here. Why not? Our scouts found him. Maybe they're right. Maybe he's good. Wow, all those other dudes are off the board. Shit. Yeah, Rod Frederick. Our scouts might be right about him. He might be the guy. I mean, because otherwise... Julius Zamora. Alex Tachiki. Yeah, I mean, otherwise we're just going way off the board and truly hoping for the best, so... Unless there is just somebody here that is just so stupidly good. But yeah, we'll go for Rod Frederick. Welcome in, Rod. All right. That draft was the personification of just darts at a board, hope for the best. Because what we needed the most in terms of positions, it wasn't available. It just simply wasn't available. So, you know, that was the problem, I would say, for this draft. By visualizing our scouts going, we looked at this guy for one game. He's had the best player. He's terrible. And, yep, Crashy, I sure did. I sure did. I don't need Stone Sour sad boy music right now. I need Punk Rock 101. That's what I need. Oh, Home Run Derby is today. Gunnar Henderson and Brent Rooker tied for the league lead in home runs. Mike Trout is back in California as a Dodger. From the Angels to the Mets to the Dodgers for the still 81 overall 38-year-old legend Mike Trout. That's nuts. Ring chasing, I guess so, right? What do we have for an all-star this year? Paul Skeens did not make the All-Star game. Obviously, his injuries wouldn't have helped. Oh, my. Oh, my God. I think we successfully had the biggest swing and miss in the history of drafting. I don't think there is a bigger fuck-up in the history of drafting in professional sports. This guy was projected first. Our scout said he was mid, so we took somebody else, and Tampa took him second. Pedro is 22 years old, and he is a 97. Didn't someone pass on Freddie McDonough? They did. They did. You're right. You're right. That is the second worst miss, except in this case, I was the team dumb enough to not take Freddie McDonough. Wasn't it the Sharks? It was the Sharks, I think. Yeah, and then we got him in Anaheim. At least we're not based in Florida then. Our all-star this year is second baseman Doug Felton. Good job, Dougie. But yeah, god damn it. There is nothing worse than seeing someone that you could have drafted who your scout said, nah, he's not that good. And then he turns out to be the next Mike Trout. Joaquin, we really got to work on you. Robert Daniels, can we get you signed? Not immediately. Pablo Vasquez, can we get you signed? Yes. Rod Frederick, can we get you signed? Yes. So then we are down to our 3. Okay. And Daniels can be moved to that bronze position. So not a bad start in that regard. Not bad in that regard. Crash, this song's dedicated to you. All right. Kiros, those ranges have already shortened up quite a bit already. Mr. Daniels has signed. He's going to be a top 3 player in the league for like a decade. Uh-huh. In the American League, no less. Imagine swimming for 40 days and 40 nights. It's going to be an awful draft. For us, yes. Oh, yeah. Kidros is already down to 87s at best. Oh, yeah. Again, this is the problem when you draft for need instead of best available. We probably should have drafted for best available, given it was the 5th overall pick. But it is what it is. Yeah, Kiros is already down to 85s. Blockbuster trade. The Mets have dealt Francisco Lindor, Jacob Young, Angel Zerpa, and Carlos Vargas to the Giants, and they get Antonio Vesperis, who we saw a couple years ago, Arjun Nimala, Kevin Alcantara, and Miles Traynor. I don't hate it. Lindor's 36. He's still very good. Honestly, Crash, you're not wrong. He's making 34 mil. Jacob Young's not bad. It's a cap dump for the Mets, but it's also getting back young players, and Alcantara is a good replacement for Young right now. I don't hate that deal. Yeah, T-Boyle, I'm paying attention to the main event, waiting to see what the hell's going to happen. This has been ridiculous. Oh, boy, yeah. Oh, we'll be lucky if he's a C potential at this point. Well, Joaquin, you certainly don't deserve that amount of money. Oh, man. Yeah, maybe we should have just gone for best available instead of need, but it is what it is. We didn't get a single offer before the deadline. It's true, he might not even sign. We just got to go all in for him money-wise. Jesus Christ, he didn't even sign! Well, we wasted a 5th overall pick. The guy didn't even fucking sign. Well, at least we have Paul Skeens. The guy didn't even sign. However, at least Pablo Vasquez was pretty good at a 52 overall. Joe is only a C, or Zoo. Daniels is a 47, and Frederick's a 64. I don't think you gassed up your tank. So the rest of the draft outside of Garrett was okay, but yeah, we didn't even get the guy. And let's be honest, he wasn't going to be that good anyway. If anything, we just kind of saved some money. But, you know. And the main event, man, goddamn. That is very interesting. Well, we'll have to see what happens in the case of not signing 5th overall pick Mr. Joaquim Quiros, because that is, that might, you might be able to call that complete mismanagement on my part. We went for need, and we didn't even get that, and then we went for the best available, and he sucked, and we didn't even get that. So, yeah. Looking elsewhere, Cleveland, not the best draft. Detroit, Nigel Hobson, who was 3rd overall, I think. 73 overall, he's not bad. And Richard Molina's a 54. You're turning into a prototypical White Sox GM. Kansas City, Landon Starks, who's a 61. Emerson Bell's a 58. Rich Zuniga's a 52. A 40 for CJ Hood. And a 44 for Alex Tachicki. So, big projects in Kansas City. Minnesota didn't get much. Houston with Chase Bove, who's a 57. James Ritson, who's a 54. And a lot of unsigned dudes. Angels with Kevin Fielder, who's a 65. Dan Pittman, who's a 61. Emerson Thorman, a 51. Athletics, not a ton. Terrence Emery's a 66. He's pretty good. That is that type of closer that we were looking for. Damn. Seattle, Robbie Santos is a 72 out of the gates. Not bad. And Lance Kranz is a 50. Texas with Elijah Hutchins, who is a 55. Vern Parker's a 65. Atlanta, well, at least Eldridge Lebowski was worse than the guy that we didn't sign, I think. But they also got Alex Hauk, who is a 51. Miami with Jonathan Carver, who's a 62. Harvey Kranz, who's a 73. Looks to have been another pretty weak draft. First overall, Rufus Ruffing. The Mets did okay. The Mets did okay, all things considered. With that pick at least, and then Gregorio Feliz at a 70. Quite a few misses, but the hits were pretty damn good. Phillies, nothing crazy. Washington finally got a half-decent player in Randy Thorman, 68 overall. Cubbies with Steven Paulino at a 65. And Billy Hayes at a 53. Cincy, Stephen Broom, he's a 64. Miguel Benitez, a generational closer at a 72 overall. Johnny Aguila at a 65. Alfonso Villalobos at a 57. That is a generational bullpen draft. Milwaukee, Andreas Cuevas, a 61. Eugene Kubek, a 71. Toki Chan at a 63. And Mariano Mercado at a 60. Pittsburgh with Luis Gomez, a 67. Pretty sure that would have been the guy they picked for losing Paul Skeens as well. St. Louis with Adam Davis, a 67 overall closer. That's about it. Arizona, not much of note. Colorado's second overall pick, Tom Lewis, is a 70. And Sebastian Osuna is a 55. Dodgers, Mark Kraft at a 59, and Tim McCall, who I nearly picked, at a 68. Damn. San Diego, Ben Campaneris, a 48 overall. San Fran did not sign the 4th overall pick, Ronald Brooks. See, they should have taken the shortstop, and I should have taken or been allowed to take Ronald Brooks, but no. They screwed it up for both of us. Then they got Aaron Pryor, who's a 62, so could you tell they needed starting pitching? Baltimore, good God. Rafael Gallegos is a 59. Scott Amasa's a 60. And Raul Robles is an 83. Ernie Sachs is an elite name. It's true. Make a note, he'll be there next year, hopefully. Red Sox, Ibanez isn't bad. Ricky G. He's like a BG. He's a 59. Memphis Horn was a 45. Yankees with Josh Baker, who's a 63. Keo Harper, who's a 59. And Samuel Costa, who's a 57. Tampa, Enrique Bravo, who is a 61. And Toronto with Ryan Tyson, who's a 62. And Armando Espinoza, who's a 54. At least we got Pablo Vasquez and Robert Daniels, but yeah, that takes the cake for the worst draft. That was a lovely opportunity with a top 5 pick, and we blew it. I risked it by going for need instead of best available, and it didn't end well. It did not end well. Kyle Teal's out for 2 to 3 weeks, so I guess Michael Turner will be the guy. You know what? We'll call up Jackson here. Let's get another catcher on roster. And then, do we have anybody in AAA that's a pitcher? Norman K. Congratulations. You will get the call up. Congratulations. Let's get this season over with, can we? Somebody else must be hurt that I didn't see. Who else is hurt? It's got to be another pitcher. Mr. Miea. Hey, let's go 40, man. Yeah, fuck it. Juan Miea, you are on the 40, man. Good. Welcome to the majors, pal. Let's just get this season over with. This has been atrocious. And now we'll win towards the end of the year to screw ourselves out of a draft pick. Matt Henley just broke his forearm. He is out for the rest of the season. So, this has been a disaster. This has been an absolute disaster of a season. We didn't take a step forward. We blew the draft. Just blew it. This has been a rough calendar year for the White Sox, as Luis Robert is going to be out for the rest of the season with a broken foot. I guess we'll call up Louis Anderle, probably, or Dino Hernandez. Who else is on the 40, man, that can get called up? Sway Bell here from Single A. Why not? Lottery luck doesn't help when the scouts lie to you. That's true. Oh, so many injuries. So many people. Can we just send down Hugo Page? He sucks. Thank you. Just get me to the end of September, please. Our AAA ball club was atrocious. AA, not much better. What happened with the draft? We just didn't do that well, and our 5th overall pick didn't even sign us. Ogre, it will be uploaded separately to the second channel, yeah. Alright. Well, not the best season, that's for sure. Playoffs this year, Blue Jays and Athletics. The winner plays Boston. Cleveland, Minnesota. Winner plays Seattle. The other side, San Diego, Atlanta. Winner plays the Dodgers. And then Philly, San Fran. Winner gets Milwaukee. We finished as the second worst team in the American League, only above the Orioles. And we finished tied for the third worst record. So only the Orioles and the Rockies were worse than us. I don't know who the tiebreaker will go to for the third best lottery odds next year between us and Cincy, who are both on 65 wins. We'll have to see what the deal is with that once we get there. In terms of how we did this year, Kyle Teal played in 97 games. 10 home runs, 33 RBI. He was still good. But obviously he missed a lot of playing time this year, which is not ideal. I feel like that's safe to say, right? I feel like that's safe to say. First base, the rookie Matt Henley. 14 home runs, 42 RBIs, 12 stolen bases, 839 OPS. I mean, not bad at all. Did get hurt to end September, but we definitely got to be happy with Henley. He's gone up 4 points already. And he has Rally Monkey as a quirk. Second baseman, Doug Felton. This was the year for him to take over. 16 home runs, 57 RBIs, an 855 OPS, and an all-star appearance. Good job, Dougie. 3.4 WAR on the season. Not bad. Third base. This was Paul Cortez's chance, and he hit 20 home runs and had 71 RBI. 313 on base. So, when he didn't hit the ball as much as we'd like, but when he hit it, he did damage. That fielding percentage, though, yeah, I didn't want to talk about it. We're trying to focus on the positives here, Billy. Yeah, Cortez wasn't too bad. He's also up to a 77. Colson, 34 home runs, 83 RBIs, and 823 OPS. Did have 150 strikeouts. 4.7 WAR on the year, not bad. Jordan Beck, the former Gold Glover in left, 19 home runs, 69 RBI, straight sevens for an OPS, 151 Ks though. Doesn't look like he'll be winning another Gold Glove here, but, positive WAR at 2.2. Luis Robert returned via trade that fetched us a nice third base prospect. 21 home runs, 54 RBI. Hugo Page hit 18 home runs and had 59 RBI. Both of them were at a sub-7 OPS, though. And a lot of strikeouts. Yeah, Hugo was barely above average, and it was a 2.1 for Luis. And then Braden Montgomery in right, 17 home runs, 58 RBI, a 676 OPS. How do you do fielding-wise? 980, yeah. Not a good season for Braden Montgomery. And he is certainly at that age now where you got to be like, I don't know about this guy as being the guy. For said pitchers, the two closers that we have, which aren't even necessarily closers, but Williamson and Cox. Actually, here, let's just look at relievers and just look at pitchers in general. Skeens did finish the year with a 12-8 record, right back to prime Pirates era, a 3.11 ERA, and barely more wins than losses. He regressed in some ways, but improved in others. His stamina, home runs per 9 went up. So, yeah, let's see. It's 177 Ks for him. Hagen Smith wasn't too far off, but he also had probably 2 more starts. Close to it. ERA-wise, Jordan Leisure wasn't great. Rondell wasn't great. Yeah, Vasil. Lowest for a starter was Skeens. 13 quality starts for Paul. Nobody else had more than 8. And Skeens led in WAR despite the time missed due to injury. No one was in the negatives, which is kind of shocking. Sean Burke was not good this year. 5-14 record for Sean Burke. Miea, Taylor, Skeens, definitely the best of the bunch. Tough to find a positive after a season like that, after a draft like that. I suppose the only positive is that it's over. The Seattle Mariners. The Marineras have won their first World Series. They beat the Brewers in 2030 in 5 games after making it past Cleveland and Vegas. In this timeline at this point, they'd be Vegas, right? So Seattle gets it done. Led by Yordan Alvarez, Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, Andreas Munoz, Joe Ryan, Chris Bubich, Josh Naylor, Alec Boehm, Seiya Suzuki. See, you need a Japanese right fielder, Seattle. That's what you need. That's the key. That is the key. Yeah, that Yordan contract he signed was crazy. Yeah, $41 million a year until 2037. As per usual, he is an absolute franchise god. No other way to put it. So in terms of awards, Alec Boehm is World Series MVP. 2 home runs, 6 RBI in the series. And they knocked out the defending champs, too, in the Athletics on the way there. Which is kind of nuts. He was also the key player. Rightfully so, 13 RBI in the ALCS. Jorge Polanco, really Kerry Carpenter was the key player there over Polanco, let's be honest. AL MVP Juan Soto of, you see that correctly, the Boston Red Sox. The Mets wanted out of that contract, and they have made a mistake because that is back-to-back MVP awards for Soto. And, yeah, he deserved it. And again, the Blue Jays with Henderson and Devers. It's nuts. NL MVP once again is Shohei Ohtani. He wins out over Kerry Carpenter and Ronald Acuna Jr. And yeah, I can't disagree with it. That's the right winner. AL Cy Young once again to Tariq Skubal. Can't disagree with that at all. Over Justin Steele and Bailey Ober. So I mean, for Skubal, still rocking a 99, 33 years old. Muted, what's up, dude? And I mean, that trophy cabinet now, 4-time Cy Young winner, and a 5-time All-Star for Tariq Skubal. NL Cy Young to Jesus Luzardo, which, yeah, I mean, he or Logan Gilbert, well, that lower ERA, man, I would have gone for Yamamoto. 2 fewer wins, I would have gone for Yamamoto. Muted, all right. It hasn't crashed tonight, so that's good. AL batting title to Juan Soto. NL to Ronald Acuna Jr. AL reliever of the year, Jeremiah Estrada. Yeah, I can see that as the right winner. Munoz has a strong shout with all the extra strikeouts and 4 extra saves, but much lower ERA for Estrada. NL reliever of the year is Cade Smith, and that is the right call. Ryan Walker and Ryan Kerkering were up there too. Your AL rookie of the year, god damn it, it's the right choice too. I really thought with Henley or Cortez we'd win it, but they finished runner-up to Charles Pagan in Minnesota, and that is, it's not a debate. He was the right winner. 21-year-old first rounder in 2026. That's the right choice. NL Rookie of the Year, Earl Dugan. Remember Earl Dugan winning Rookie of the Year with a 173 batting average. Jesus. Over Eduardo Tate and another legend from the past, Sherwood Favre. So, I mean, clearly factoring the home runs and the RBI, but yeah, under the Mendoza line and one Rookie of the Year. All right. Hank Aaron Award winners to Soto and Ronald Acuna. Did we have any Gold Glove winners or Silver Sluggers? Nope. No Gold Glove winners. No Silver Sluggers either, I'm guessing. Oh, good. Oliveros won a Silver Slugger. That's great. Oh, boy. Yeah, that was, of all the seasons there have ever been, that was one of them. All we can really look at is like, oh, player progression. That went our way, because outside of that, not much else really did, if we're being honest. And William Wood just retired due to ability, which is fine. He's just kind of nothing. Oh, Carlos Estevez is gone. Simon Miller. He's gone too. Aaron Nola, Nestor Cortez. Blake Snell. Will we have any Hall of Famers? No. All right. Ghostbuster, we just finished up in 2030. As per usual, we like to make a lot of progress, and we definitely need to sign Justin Edmonds as a hitting coach. Oh my God. Please. That contact and power boost, please. Exclusive free agent negotiations. Oh boy. Shane Smith, who had been our ace prior to the Skeens pickup, wants $27 million a year. At that point, we might as well hit him with the qualifying offer and see if somebody signs him in free agency for compensation. At that point, we might as well. We will qualify Shane Smith. Sean Burke, who is now 31, wants $17 million a year. Are you worth $17 million a year? Got better in some ways, worse in others. Went 5-14 this year. Yeah, Sean Burke's gonna go. That is not a $17 million a year pitcher. Sign and trade is honestly pretty risky, because what if we get stuck with him? We're just gonna let you go. I don't really want to risk getting stuck with you. Jordan Beck. We don't really have a good left field replacement for you right now. $15 million a year for a 78 overall. There's no way. There's no way. There's just no way. Like, he wasn't bad at the plate this year, but prior to that, he was under a 7 OPS and under a 3 on base for the last 3 years prior to this. 4 years prior to this, actually. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way. It's just way too inconsistent. I mean, maybe you could say, hey, he's finally growing into actually being worth a contract, but at 29, Jordan Beck's going to go as well, which means we have a hole in left field to fill. And then reliever Mike Vasil. Jackal. It's a Jackal. Jackal. Yeah, Mike's going to go too. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to risk signing trades with these guys because if we get stuck with them, we're paying a bunch of money to dudes who aren't necessarily worth it. I only like signing trades if there is a chance that if we get stuck with them, that it's not nearly a bad thing. Burke, Beck, and Vasil, they're just not worth the money. But we'll let Smith go to free agency, and we'll see if he comes back for a boatload of money. But yeah, Burke, Beck, Vasil, they are going to go. They are going to go. And we will continue to save often, just in case of stability issues. And we did get that hitting coach, which is really nice. Should get that Judge kid. I heard he's pretty good. You know who I really need to get for my team is that umpire from tonight's game. Holy shit, I'll never lose again if he's on my team. What's going on, Baffle? What is going on? Also, Baffle, I did miss it, and I meant to message you because yesterday was a busy day. I hope Bafflemania went well, and I will need to give a late contribution to the madness. The least I can do is tell people to go follow old Baffle99. That's BAFL99 on Twitch. Do it right now. If you're in chat right now, hit the little button at the top of the chat. My computer crashed on Friday. I didn't miss it. Am I happy about that? Like, I'm not happy about that, but also I didn't miss it. But that sucks that happened, but also I didn't miss it. I'm conflicted. Free agency this year. Free agency. Sucks, but it'll be better in the long run. There you go. All right, at catcher, we still got Kyle Teal. Pell and Turner are both there. We got no one that we're really risking losing. Mascara and Rubio, we can probably just drop, I would think. And if they're still there next year, then cool. Oh, first baseman. Henley, of course, looking good. Prado was signed to a 1-year deal, so we're going to release him for the moment. We're also going to release Jonah Bride. And then Verdung is just not getting any better, but we'll keep him because it's renewable. Actually, we won't keep him because he sucks. We could keep Robert Root, though, I guess. Yeah. Drop him, too. First base is looking pretty thin now. Second base. Felton's up to an 82. We got Gonzalez. We got Barry. Agbayani. I don't want to lose for nothing. Okay. Third base. Cortez, Ramos, Suispel, Grayson Gross. And he's still 20, but he really hasn't shown any improvement. Broadway, Norris, Simon. My God. So many third basemen. Shortstop. Otis Vargas, Boston Barrow. We'll add to the 40-man. Acuna. Bunch of these guys we're still just trying to get rid of, ideally, but hopefully not for nothing. Left field. Jesus. Okay, well, we certainly have an issue in left, don't we? Mike Pettit, you can go. Buster Beltray, you can go. Andreas Feliz, you can go. And, yeah. Center field, Luis Robert, we're going to have for 1 more year. We probably will try to deal him unless we buy him out for $13 million. But we won't do that. Anderley to the 40-man. Dino Spumoni Hernandez to the 40-man. Hugo Page, you're just awful. He wasn't. He actually produced a bit, but he's going to go. Brandon Riggs is going to go. Chirio's got to go. Brandon O'Connor, you got to go. Michael Hess, get out of here. And then in right. Nobody to put onto the 40-man. If Simon Juan gets claimed, whatever. Muriel, you are gone. Ramiro, you are gone. Okay. And for the pitchers. We look okay there. Chris Murphy, let's get onto the roster. Dick Gilmore will drop for now. Again, any of these guys, if they get claimed, whatever. Kevin Thomas can go. Gerardo Silva can go. Felix Tavares can go. And for the starters, we'll put Duncan Davitz and McCullough onto the 40-man, but we will drop Antoine Kelly, who is not that good. Will be Santana. Again, I have not seen any examples so far of a D potential dude improving up to a C, so sign him for filler and then cut him, basically. And immediately save again, because we don't want to lose progress. I know what's going on. Appreciate that. I will say most of the work with the NHL roster files now is... It's definitely Vassy taking the lead on that. I'll say that. He deserves the vast majority of the credit. I'm a fucking glorified consultant at this point. I don't want to say the passion for roster editing has been beaten out of me, but sometimes you can say things without actually saying it. Arbitration this year. Felton and Montgomery, because we dropped Prado and Bride for now. So Dougie Felton, 6.4 mil for 1 year. We just offer him the 11.4. So yeah, 6.4. That is not what I wanted to do. Shit. Wrong button. There we go. And if we offer him arbitration, 6.4 mil. Just to give him a fair deal. And then Braden Montgomery, I have my concerns, but we're not letting go of you yet. All right, then 3.8 for the year. Definitely have my concerns about him, though. All right, and yeah, let's just save again. Free agency time is normally when we've been having these crashing issues in franchise so far this year. So we're trying to be safe here. And then tender contracts. Now, again, the AI can do this on their own, and typically they'll be okay. But for some lower-rated guys that do have potential, you might want to just play it safe and do it yourself. Again, we had like a mid-20s, 72 overall first baseman get dropped and not have his contract renewed. So I haven't seen any examples of a really good player get dropped, but definitely like those fringe major leaguers or some lower-rated C potential guys, if you want to make sure they don't go anywhere, play it safe. Handle them yourself. But I think, you know, if someone's like, I kind of don't really know what I'm doing, I just want to have fun, like the AI does a decent enough job of keeping you on, you know, the rails in a positive direction. But yeah, if you have a better idea of kind of what you're looking to do team building wise, playing it safe, can't go wrong. It takes, what, a minute and a half? If that, just to renew the deals you want to renew. So, no big deal. Especially for me, too, when I drop all those D potential guys, it makes it really simple to just know who we want to renew a deal for. And once you get into that flow state of pressing the buttons, it honestly goes by pretty quick. Now, again, do I wish I could set certain parameters of the renewables to kind of tell the AI, like, hey, renew anybody with at least this potential? Or the other idea we threw out last night was a checkbox. And yeah, Daniel just mentioned it in chat too. We mentioned that last night. Just a little check to say, do you want to renew this deal? Yes. And that way you can just quickly flow through the players. Like, it was a decent thought for how they added the, like, auto-renew, but it could be better. It could definitely be better. Whether it be the checkbox or, again, let me set parameters for the AI to say any player of at least this potential, this overall, automatically renew no matter what. You know? Yeah, that took me about, 90 seconds, 2 minutes tops, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, so looking at the team right now. Let's save again, just in case, because I really don't want to have to waste that 2 minutes again. Really don't want to have to do that 2 minutes again. What are we looking like roster-wise now? So again, catcher, I mean, we'll in theory need a backup, but actually we're probably fine. First base, we definitely need a backup, and shout out to No Flow for the 80 in a row. The big 80, the year Toogie was born. Get out. Can I see the Dodgers roster? Sure. Give me a second, though. So again, backup first baseman. Cortez is still fine there. We need a starting left fielder. Badly. Backup first baseman and a left fielder. Unless there is just somebody who is an undeniable go out and get him. And of course, we might still have a starter coming back. Yeah, so I mean, obviously we're 5 years into this franchise, so this Dodgers roster is going to be pretty different. But those are the key players that are still there. Including Shohei now at 36, and he's still a 93. I mean, he is still unfrickin' believable. Unbelievable. All right, free agency. Let's at least take a look. I don't know if we'll actually bring anybody in. So top catchers, Drake Baldwin, Alejandro Kirk, Carson Kelly. Drops off a bit from there. Nobody that we need. First baseman, Ben Rice, Pete Alonso, Josh Naylor, Matt Olson, Kyle Manzardo. Nobody at the high end that we need. We'll bring in somebody for dirt cheap in spring training to be the backup. Second baseman, Brian Rocchio, Jackson Holiday. Only an 82. We're better off with Doug Felton. We are better off with Dougie. Third baseman, Junior Caminero. Oh, my God. And it's no qualifying offer on him. We're going for him. We're absolutely going for him. I mean, unless those stats are just brutal. Look at the power he would add to this lineup. Jesus Christmas. 45 home runs. He's had at least 42 home runs of each of the last 4 seasons. I'm sold. Sold. We're going for him. We jokingly kind of put him in the, hey, Tampa, if you want to trade him pile. But no, we're going for him. We have a lot of third base prospects. But yeah, Paul Cortez, like, move over, buddy. Move over. Shortstops. Daniel Schneemann. Jose Caballero. Nobody that we need. Left field, James Wood at 28. There is a qualifying offer on him, but it could very well be worth it with how badly we need a left fielder. Otherwise, Dominguez is there. I'm gonna think about adding James Wood. Is there anybody else? Center field, Jesus. Pete Crow Armstrong and Evan Carter. I mean, again, in center, we do have Louis Anderle, who is major league caliber now. He's just not ready to take over for Luis Robert, but he should be by next year. But in left, we don't have anybody. Armstrong, Carter. SB, go away. We'll consider that deal for Wood, but Crow, Armstrong, and Carter, I'm going to say no. And then right side, Brent Rooker, Dylan Cruz, Seiya Suzuki, Addison Barger. Okay. What about pitching? Closer, Dennis Santana, Justin Martinez, Abner Uribe. Martinez could be interesting. Especially with almost 100 strikeouts last year. And then outright relievers, Griffin Jacks, Jose Buto, Garrett Clevenger. And what about starters? Ranger Suarez. Spencer Schwellenbach. Could be interesting, but again, we do have a starting pitcher in Shane Smith who has that qualifying offer, so we got to wait to see what he's going to sign for. Okay. Players I'm interested in. Caminero, number 1, easily. Wood and Justin Martinez are probably the most interesting ones. So definitely focused on Caminero. Can I please go to the left? Thank you. And then team needs right-handed batter, power batter. There we go. Caminero is the complete focus for this team right now. Save again really quickly. I'm paranoid, man. I am paranoid. When the game has crashed 5 times on us since launch night, I am very, very paranoid. Okay. If we look at the trade hub, we can reset the trade block. Again, I wish there was a quick clear button for the block, but that is what it is. Terms of the block, at catcher, Kyle Teal, still untouchable. That's fine. Arthur Hicks, probably also going to be untouchable. We'll see. Henley, nobody on the block there. Honestly, Appel and Turner can both be on the block. I thought it crashed. There we go. Second base. Smelly, that it did. I'm going to have to watch some of it back because some of it was out of the corner of my eye. But, obviously just a very, very long show. A lot to talk about after it, though. Okay, those guys can be on the block. Lotus, Vargas, Barrow, Acuna. There it goes. That's why we keep saving. That's why we keep saving. It's like I'm heading down an A too fast for the game to keep up with. It just doesn't know what to do. Crash number 6. We have Paul Skeens. We sure do. And he immediately suffered a shoulder injury. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just you. It's like you almost move too fast for the game logic to keep up with. Which is just nuts. Goodness, goodness. Alright. This game seems a little slower and bugger than previous. I mean, I wish I could say I was surprised when you have some of these changes. Like, just in terms of what it looks like, the way the navigation works. I wish I could say I was surprised at some of the crashing errors that happen, but whenever these yearly release sports games seems to change those aspects, that just always seems to happen, you know? Again, wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not. You know, nature of the beast. Serves as a reminder for people that, hey, yeah, are you thinking about getting a yearly release sports game? Or honestly, any game out of the gates now? It's like, make sure it's something that you're really going to enjoy. You know, if you're in my case, like, okay, it helps if you're a streamer to just be like, all right, I'll deal with it. But again, if you're just a regular, everyday player of these games, non-content creator, they really don't give you too much incentive. Not just like MLB The Show. We're talking any video game out there right now. They really don't give you that much incentive to get games the second they come out. Because outside of like pre-order bonuses, you know? Like, I will say, like, you know, a game like Resident Evil Requiem didn't really have any issues with that, at least, but that's also a game that you know that they had plenty of time to work on. Whereas with MLB The Show or any yearly release sports game, there's a limited schedule to get stuff done. All right, Colson's going to stay for the moment. Anderley's not going anywhere. Montgomery's probably not leaving. Skeens definitely isn't going. Meg, what's going on? How are you? All right, let's see. We got 10 more spots on the untouchable list. Any A potential dudes? B potentials we could at least talk. Actually, you know what? I mean, for the most part, let's just leave the block pretty well open. Let's leave the block pretty well open. Just see what happens. The untouchables list at least. And then trade block-wise, 1 year turnaround bad for sports games. They make too much money to care. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's always where the conversation goes, right? When you talk about yearly release sports games, is obviously these games could be much, much better than they are, but it is just typically not worth, as they view it, as, and not they as in the developers, but their bosses, they view it as not worth it. We would rather have a yearly game to show, you know, to freaking investors, shareholders, hey, look, we generate this much every year instead of this much every 2 years, especially with like Diamond Dynasty, Ultimate Team style modes. It's just the way it goes. That is just the way it goes. We all know it at this point. Is what it is. I'm trying to wait until the player picture loads in before I hit the button. Dino Hernandez definitely can go to the block. Luis Robert can go to the block. And then starters. I mean, honestly, K, Apor, McCullough, Davitt. Oof, I'll take. That's what happens with the long shows. That is what happens. Capitalism. If you're not making money, why do you exist? Yeah, basically. That is basically the name of the game. All right, so what do we need? What do we need right now? We know that we need potentially a third baseman. Can we already pencil in Roman Anthony for AL Rookie of the Year this year? Injuries happen, so you can never say never. Or never say anything's a guarantee, but certainly optimistic. So, I mean, primarily right now it's a left fielder. That is the big need. And maybe another strong bullpen arm is going to be the go-to. Let's actually go third base. Yeah! Got a splash. Very much for the raid. How'd the stream go, dude? All right, all that is still good. All right, let's move. See if we get any offers or anything. Yuri Perez has been dealt to Atlanta at 27 and an 87 alongside Javier Sanoja, an 80 overall second baseman. For prospects, Douglas Baker, Dieter Fuentes, and Manuel Castillo, a good closer. That's a good trade. Like Fuentes can technically replace Perez in the rotation, even though he's worse. And then second base, they got a closer and a right fielder for. Not a bad trade at all. All right, where do we stand for these free agents? Caminero does have interest. It's just whether or not we'll be able to get him on a good deal. But the money that we saved in the Skeens trade, if we hand to Caminero, it's not that bad. So, Splash, thank you for the primer as well on the 3. Sal Stewart. Now, see, this is one that people are going to be like, wait a minute. 3C potentials. Wait a minute. But let's take a closer look here. So, Sal Stewart is not currently signed. 88 overall at 27. For Victor Lizarraga. Okay, middling starter. Decent younger starter in Braun. Okay. That's definitely one where it's like, yeah, no, the Reds needed to get more. Unless they just weren't willing to pay what Sal Stewart was looking for. But is that a great return? No. These type of deals have been more rare, I feel, than they were in previous years. But if some people are like, still not happy with that, I understand why. Now or never for James Wood. It's only 35% motivation to sign. It's not going to happen. And he is going to go to Philadelphia for 9 years, $38 million per. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we weren't competing with that. So the number one free agent in James Wood gets $342 million from Philadelphia. Ranger Suarez on his way to the Dodgers for 2 years, $37 million per at 35 years old. And of course, it's the Dodgers, so they also got Spencer Schwellenbach for 5 years, $30.6 million per. And Shane Smith is going to remain a free agent. Maybe we will talk to him. Ben Rice heads to Tampa, 3 years, $22 million per. All right. Well, Caminero is now willing to at least talk to us. In terms of starters, we'll at least talk to Shane Smith a little bit. So that's starter, closer, third baseman. PCA I'm not interested in just because of the compensation it would require. I mean, Wood would have required compensation as well, but... I mean, we need an outfielder, but we really need more of a corner outfielder, not another center field option. Still waiting for Doug Felton to decide what he's doing. Dennis Santana, have I tried out of the park? This year's game, so far not yet, but we did play a fair amount of 26. Big issue is it just comes out at the same time as this, you know? I only have so much time. Dennis Santana's heading to Minnesota. Now or never for Junior. Fuck. We just didn't get enough time to build up the interest. The most we can do is 9 years, $34 million per. We'll try. But unlike with Paul Skeens, just other teams gave him the big offers he wanted earlier. So let's see. I don't think he'll sign with us for that. We needed more time to build up interest. Did we get him? No way. Alrighty then. 9 years, $34 million per. We get Junior Caminero after all. The contract might age terribly, but with the money we saved on the Skeens signing last year, it equals out, and we didn't have to give up compensation. And Shane Smith is going to walk. He's going to head to St. Louis for 5 years, $28.5 million per. Congratulations to him. But we got the number one free agent last year and now the number 2 free agent this year in Junior Caminero. Holy hell. That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts to be able to get that particular contract done. I am not complaining. I am not complaining. Not at all. Oh, goodness. Off-season superstar Sox. Right, think of this at 27. The end of the contract, he'll be 36. I mean, my presumption is that he will be mid-70s maybe. But that could just be my thoughts after years of the previous model, right? Of, players falling off. It might not work that way anymore. It's not supposed to work that way anymore, at least. So we have that going for us. When did the White Sox get a budget? When I showed up, baby. When I showed up, baby. How about Team USA winning against the Dominican? Good game. Horrific fucking work from the umpire. Just fucking horrific. There's not really too much else to say about that. That was just not good. That final strike call was brutal. Absolutely brutal. All right, I need to respond in a non-Twitter argumentative way to an email here really quickly. Also, hello, Beezy. So yeah, give me 1 second here to do what I need to do, and yeah, we'll get back on track. Oh man, do I want to hit the BRB? I don't know. Maybe I'll hit the old BRB. There you go. I'll still be here, but we'll put up the Cena picture so people get the idea. That's the one thing that I'm like, WWE did a funny thing. Not even saying it was cool and that people liked the way the John Cena retirement match happened, but that picture is fucking hilarious. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Anyone else keep trying to click on the X? As you should. It's actually the first time I've noticed that. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I hate trying to focus on, like, oh shit, I gotta respond to this fucking potential business email. Wink, wink. While being on stream. I hate it here. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. My goodness. Yeah, SB, if only. If only. No, I can't say it's that. I can't say it's that. It'd be nice, but yeah, I can't say it's that. Friend of my USA Olympic hockey jersey ship, very happy, even though the player I got didn't play a lot. Let me guess, Jackson Lacombe. Let me guess, Jackson Lacombe. Yes, yep, there we go. It might have been a little bit of an easy guess, but I'll take it. I'll take it. It's still a pat on the back moment there. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. All right, almost done here. Sorry again, everybody, but I had to do this. Oh, goodness. All right, we are good. All right, we're good. Again, apologies. Anybody that bailed during that time, you're a bad chat member. Thought you cared about me and not just the baseball. You're a bad chat member. Anyway, shall we continue? I think we have time for another season tonight before we get into some road to the show. The Chicago White Sox have signed Paul Skeens and Junior Caminero over the last 2 off seasons. I said we were going to look to wisely spend our money, and I feel like we have done that, bringing in 2 star players. Again, Skeens is signed until 2038 for just under $34 million per, and Caminero is signed until 2039 at $34.2 million. So that is not bad at all. Gobias, hello. Is Sebastian Walcott on the Reds? At this point, I don't know. I mean, we are 5 years in. Well, it's called Road to the Show, and we didn't make the big show. SB's been drinking tonight. That is the only thing I can think of. SB has been drinking tonight. Still interested in Justin Martinez. Well, PCA actually doesn't require compensation. Just very exhausted, that's fair. We could go for a veteran and Cody Bellinger. So yeah, right now it's projecting to put Paul Cortez in right field now that Caminero's at third. Ideally, though, it would still be Montgomery in right. We do need a left fielder. I do prefer people to be in their primary positions as well. A small concern with Anderle. Yeah, I mean, if he proves to not be the guy, we can adjust, you know? But, I mean, he'll still be behind Luis Robert for this upcoming season. The durability is fair, too. So, I mean, left field right now, it would be just like a 1-year monster deal for Bellinger. Maybe Steven Kwan. And then Dominguez. I mean, let's be honest. After signing Caminero, we need to be aiming for the playoffs. PCA is already trending downward to a 91 overall. He is obviously a defensive wizard. He hasn't been bad at the plate. But the fact he's already trending downward, 7-year deal, that's kind of scary. Trending downward at 28, no less. That's a bit scary. That is a bit scary. Carter wants 5 years, which I don't think we do. I mean, he can play left. PCA actually can't play anywhere except for center. Bellinger might be the guy. Just give him a 1-year deal. Still hit 35 home runs last year. Let's start talking to Cody Bellinger here. Oh my God, please. There we go. There we go. Yeah, let's talk to Bellinger about that left field spot. Because looking at the team, again, we have Teal, we have Henley, Felton, Caminero, Montgomery. I mean, Robert and the other Montgomery and Wright. I don't hate it. We just need a left fielder. Anderley can play left at least. If we tried to bring in PCA to play center and then Anderley's in left. Like I said, I do like playing people in their primary position. I'm at least going to start talking to PCA. But the fact that he was regressing already is pretty scary. All right, what's the deal here? Kyle Stower is not interested. Bellinger has no interest in us whatsoever. And PCA is at 9%. Jesus. All right. Well, we'll just hang around the conversation for now as the Dodgers continue to add. Jesus. They bring in Corey Seager, who's at 36 at this point, but he's still an 87. Zach DeCenzo, Randy Vasquez, and Declan Cronin for center fielder Edgar Quintero, Alfonso Marmolejo, that closer Tim McCall, and Adam Serwanowski. I mean, the Dodgers just move out a lot of cap. They get a damn good reliever. You know? I don't think that's a bad deal in the slightest. But damn, the trades some of these other teams are able to pull off. The trades. Where do you put leftover pizza in the box if you're trying to store it? My family always put it in the oven, but I've been told that's weird. Depends on what's on the pizza, but I see no issue with oven. But also, the fridge is probably better. But anyone that's like, oh my God, you leave it out of, like, it's fine to leave it in the oven. Who gives a shit? Oh, you're going to leave the cooked cheese out overnight, you animal? Like, don't be weird. Going fucking RFK Jr. Cold pizza's bad. I don't know if I agree with that, but now you lost me. Yeah, I won't judge you if you keep it in the oven, but yeah, probably fridge is the superior way, let's be honest. I see issues with the oven because someone forgets it there. If you have ever turned on an oven in your life without looking in the oven first, you're an idiot. I get that concern because there are idiots out there. But, you know, look in the oven before you turn it on. Like, damn. Wrapped in tinfoil, put it in the fridge. The best way to put it in the fridge, but if it sits out overnight, I'll still eat it. Right? There you go. All right, we have the 4th best odds for the lottery this year, which probably isn't a good thing. Let's see what happens. Nothing better than pizza takes to get chat riled up, by the way. Good Lord. We did not win the lottery. And, the Cardinals, who got fucked last year, were the big winners this year. And we moved down to have the 5th overall pick for the 2nd year in a row, which might not be the worst thing in the world. If we're being honest, the pressure of a 1st overall pick isn't great. We're not going to make the run for Justin Martinez. He is going to go to the Padres. The 5th overall pick went so well last time. Why not try again? I love how positive you guys are sometimes. Oh, Bellinger's up to 9%. Let's see. Could still go for Uribe, but I think we're okay. And all free agents, Baldwin. Yeah, I think we're probably fine from there. Guess we could go for Jared Jones if we want to, but we're looking for the star power primarily. So the Rule 5 is here. Tidwell and Luciano have already been picked. Who do we need? So we do not need a backup catcher. There's really nobody. Oh, yeah, like 26-year-old Brooks Bannon could be okay. But, again, like we have Appel, we have Turner. You know, they're already pretty much major league caliber anyway, so 23-year-old Eric Palmeiro, again, not bad, has a hell of an arm, but we're fine. We do need a backup first baseman, so Lucan Baker, TJ Rumfield, Buddy Kennedy. Could be the choices there. Second base, Dominic Patelli. We really don't need a backup second baseman. Yancel Luis of the Portland Sea Dogs. Third baseman, we really don't need a backup there. We already have Paul Cortez. There was a B potential there. He's 31, never mind. Shortstop, we really don't need a backup. Henry Vargas isn't bad, but don't really need him. Left field. Well, Drew Waters could be the guy to just stopgap. Tyler Black, the wrestler? We'll probably go Drew Waters here. Probably. Center field, Braden Ward, Kai Roberts, Drew Jones, still there. In right field, Kavaris Tears, Victor Mesa Jr., John Spikerman. Hell yeah. Let's see. And then, yeah, B potentials, like just no one that's that good. Starters. I mean, we could pick up Landon Arup or Braxton Ashcraft to improve. But also, we got some younger guys like Kay and Apor who would probably benefit from the experience. And then relievers, Cole Winn. Again, we still got some... Well, we don't really have too many younger guys in there. Closer is where we have the younger guys that are going to need to play. Simeon. Like, we could go for Cole Winn if we wanted to. So, we are probably going to look at picking up Drew Waters just to be that left fielder for the year. Is what it is, but at least he's a switch hitter. Drew Waters is the pick. And after that, we will also pick up first baseman. Yeah, 24-year-old Pablo Guerrero. He's not that much worse than the alternatives. Let's pick up Pablo Guerrero. Latino Heat himself. Anybody else to help fill this roster? First baseman we recovered. Already got the left fielder that we needed. It is pretty much just, did we want to take a starter, which I don't think we did. But an extra reliever might not be the worst thing in the world. So we will go for Cole Winn. So a couple of Rule 5 pickups to fill out the gaps. And, well, Mason Wynn. 5 years remaining at 19 mil, 87 overall. For a bit of a long shot second baseman, Kevin McKinnon. And a decent starter in Alan Matthews. Again, maybe want to see them get a little bit more back, but it's not the worst trade I've ever seen. Free agency. Dominguez isn't going to happen. Bellinger and PCA are slowly getting a little bit more interested. We still have room for them if they agree to sign. And Bellinger is going to Milwaukee. 2 years, $36.5 million. Well, maybe we'll get PCA randomly. Also, I should save. Can we get Joe Hendry Vargas? No, we cannot. No, we cannot. Alright. PCA, how we feeling, buddy? 30% interest now. Okay. And Cole Wynn, arbitration has been offered for you, huh? We will make an offer to you outright. 3-year deal at $780. See if you take it. Shane McClanahan on his way to Pittsburgh. 3 years, $28 million. So we do have the Pirates spending some money still. Lars Nootbaar, don't need you. Washington's now gotten in to some PCA negotiations. How are we feeling now? Don't really want Ryan O'Hearn. 48%, I mean... Might PCA become the long-term guy in center field? Lars Nootbaar sounds like a strange chocolate bar. It just sounds like a Reese's in the Netherlands, basically. Or maybe a Snickers. 57% for PCA now. Again, though, I am a little bit worried. That he could be dropping an overall. Home body day batter. Excels at hitting breaking balls. Positional needs. Could have had that extra motivation previously. Still nothing. Are we going to be the ones to try and steal PCA here? 67% interest, or motivation, should I say. We have 60 million left. I'm going to keep waiting. We're going to build up that interest as high as we can. 77. Let's keep waiting. We're risking missing out on that boost for not being the first to offer him a deal, but Drake Baldwin heads to Houston, 5 years, $15 million per. He still hasn't signed, man. The fact that the Nationals nor the Cubs, motivation maxed for PCA. And there was no compensation to give up for him either. We still have $60 million to spend, man. I mean, we brought in Caminero, we brought in Skeens. 9-year deal. Drop the money down to 28 mil. That'll still leave us with 32 million left. 28 million a year for 9 years on PCA. At 28 years old. Strictly a center fielder. We do have a young center fielder who can play left. All right, man, he did drop pretty badly, though. Power down by 2 in both regards. Contact went down by 1. Defense dropped a bit. Speed already dropped a little bit. So yeah, he does drop down to a 91. This could be a big mistake. It could be. I mean, it doesn't have to be a 9-year deal, but the longer the deal is, the more interest he has. We could go 5 years at 28 and see if he takes that instead of 9. To be fair, hasn't 99% of this franchise been a mistake? Jesus, Espy. Go to bed. You're a dick when you're tired. Go to bed. Eric, what's up, dude? We'll go 5 years, 28. And see if he takes it. We'll go for the super low ball. We'll see if he takes that deal. Is PCA also heading? Well, he is. He is. He's staying in Chicago, but he's a traitor, by God. 5 years, $28 million per. We have added Junior Caminero and Pete Crow Armstrong, I think the number 1 and number 3 free agents. At worst, it was 2 and 3. I said we were showing ambition. If the right moves were there at the time, we have the core that we've built up, and now the reinforcements. You're right, Wood was number 1. And now the reinforcements. Crash, can you make a save emote? I think we're due. All right, we do have to cut somebody off of the 40-man. Let's just have it be Duncan Davitt's cooler than Connor McCullough, so sorry to McCullough. You bet on the Generals? They were due! He's spitting the ball on his finger. Just take it. All right, we are certainly done in free agency now, aren't we? We certainly are. PCA and Junior Caminero. Holy shit. So catchers this year, it will be Teal and probably Jackson Appel. Probably. I mean, regardless, we do need 2 other catchers. Look at Mobsky packing some shit. All right, we need 2 other catchers here. Is there anybody? Let's see. Yusnel Franco, we'll sign you. And Gomez is a D. Tom Keene is a D, so we'll go for Alfonso Gomez. So Teal, Appel, Turner. We'll go down to AAA. To be with Franco, and we'll have Hicks and Gomez in double. First base is Henley and Guerrero, so we need 3 other first basemen to fill out this roster. Could be Nick Prado. We gave him a chance, damn it. Bruce Franco.
Here comes a pizza, see it?
68 months from SB.
Oh, jeez.
Rightfully so.
That with the Patriots
Thank you, though.
and of course he's been asked to leave the ball.
We'll sign that guy up.
Piece of pizza.
Robert Ruth. They call him Baby. And Joey Garcia. So Henley and Guerrero. Franco down to AAA and off of the 40-man. Ruth, and then AA is Garcia and Trevino. Second base, it's going to be Felton and Gonzalez. So Barry down to AAA. Bruin Agbayani down to AAA. Muhammad Burns into AA with Quiones and Frazier. Should be able to make that work. Third base, Caminero and Cortez. So Ramos to triple. Soisbel to triple. Ooh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Trent Broadway sounds like he needs to be a superstar. He shines when the lights are on bright. What can I say? A lot of guys here need to play. I can't believe how big of a bust Keith Simons was. Holy shit. Alright, we're definitely going to have to make some changes if we want everybody in double. I don't think we're going to be able to pull off. Honestly, double A for Broadway, double A for Norris, and we'll go single for everybody else there. Just going to try to find a way to play them all in double A, but single is probably for the best. Shortstops, Montgomery and Lodice. Lodice? No dice. So we got Vargas and Barrow in triple. Acuna and Balcazar in double. And actually, it's going to be Balcazar in single. So Hernandez can play. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, we definitely have certain people where I think we're just going to have to try a different approach here. Still hilarious. You have a Boston and a Bruin. That we do. That we do. That we do. All right, so first base is fine the way that it was. Screw it. Triple. Double. Honestly, yeah, screw it, Eddie. I'm sorry, you're going to high A for now. So is Waldron. At least he should absolutely destroy high A, right? Left field, we have Waters, PCA, Luis Robert Jr., Anderle, Hernandez, and others. What did Crash come up with? Crash's idea of a save emote is a floppy disk, everybody. Because, you know, he's a hip youngster. All right, and right field is Montgomery. So, Louis, you are going down to AAA for the year. So was Dino Hernandez. What do you want me to do? Make it a pastor? Make it the Pope. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3. And I guess we'll go with old Rod Frederick in triple. And double A can be 1, 2, 3, and 4 with Daniels in single. Not perfect, but it'll do. And then pitching-wise, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably 6 with Davitt. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh boy, do we need some starters. Oh boy. So we need about 8 starters. 8 starters, right. About 8 starters, huh? Derek Triola. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Caleb Romero will be the 8th. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. AAA is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then double. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6. All right. And then for the relievers. It's not bad. AAA. So let's see. That'll be 2, 3, 4. Fuck. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Palish is 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we need one more reliever. One more reliever. Phone, no crash. This is a microphone. You were close. Dick Gilmore, come on back, pal. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and double A is 1, 2, 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Palish down the double. All right, there we go. We just need those waivers to go through. Not bad. Not bad. Raiders, what's going on? Outside of some crashing issues, which I can't really figure out the full trigger for that. I've been enjoying the game quite a bit so far. Quite a bit indeed. Goddamn crash. I might just do it. Why not? Why not? You're a madman. Okay, so from what I can tell, we should be okay. We can just quickly see if there's any other free agents, like younger players that are higher than a 65, that actually have a half-decent potential. Like, did anybody sneak through? 65 is just kind of the arbitrary number of really having them be worth it. So Grayson Gross, he's still a D potential, so, Did anybody half-decent find their way through? Victor Velez is a D. I will say NHL does still have the better free agent sorting. Mike Pettit was ours before. He's a D potential. Beltre and Feliz, both D potentials. Nelson Rada is only 25. We don't need this guy at all. Oh, he's looking to get paid. Never mind. Josh Werner, D potential. Brandon Riggs, D potential. Elias Langston, D potential. Prince Reese, D potential. Like I said, I've yet to really see any examples of someone actually graduating up to a C and being worth, signing to rehabilitate. Like, that hasn't really happened. I wouldn't say it can't happen, but at least with them playing in the minor leagues, it hasn't happened. Maybe if you brute force somebody in the majors, they'll be more likely. Kevin Thomas isn't going to work. And then starters, we already looked. Okay. Was worth looking. Staff contracts, we still have the same scouts. That's fine. Okay. Now we will actually go to the trade hub here. All right. Noted, Crashy. All right, so we are going to want to reorganize the trade block a little bit. Probably the untouchables list as well. And we will see what's up from there. Not sure the same scouts equal fine. It wasn't so much the scouts issue last year with what happened with the draft. It was the way I approached it. All right, so on the block, Appel, Turner, one of them could be dealt. No one to really worry about there. Gonzalez, Barry, Bruin. Cortez could go. Ramos, Suispel. Lodice, Vargas, Barrow, Balcazar, Acuna. All of those guys could go. Luis Robert could definitely go this year. Dino Hernandez could be traded. And for starters, McCullough, Davitt. And for relievers, Mia's on waivers, so we can't do anything there. But Murphy, Leisure. And the middle scout isn't great, but he's not god-awful, in my opinion at least. Untouchables, Kyle Teal. Arthur Hicks is our only other catching prospect. Henley, definitely untouchable. Felton, untouchable. We'll see if we can keep all those guys there. Caminero, obviously untouchable. And then we got the ridiculous amount of third baseman. Montgomery's not going anywhere. Hernandez and Waldron aren't going, even though Waldron's not that good. PCA is not going anywhere. Anderle, for the moment, isn't going anywhere. Montgomery's not going anywhere. And then Walters. All right. You know what? So those top prospects, at least, we are no longer going to say they are untouchable. If we at least get the right offer, we'll consider it. But I don't necessarily... Hicks is 24 and a 65. Maybe I just need to be a bit more thorough. Primarily with, like, Keith Simons, who is just fucking dog water. But if I give up on him, yeah, Waldron's not that good either. If I give up on him, it's admitting that what I've already admitted 7 times over, which is what a terrible pick. God, yeah, even then, we just have too many damn prospects, I swear. Yeah, you know what? We'll see. If we get an offer for a prospect that's interesting, we'll at least consider it. Just because they are not set to untouchable doesn't mean that they will actually be moved. I feel like Vizcaino hasn't improved at all. But Taylor's definitely going to be set to untouchable. Skeens, definitely set to untouchable as well. Trade targets, we don't necessarily... Well, that's not true. I was going to say we don't necessarily have any. That's not true. Left field. Catcher, we have Teal. Henley's still developing. Felton's fine. Caminero. Left field, we need a full-time option. Right field, an upgrade on Montgomery. Could also be pretty nice, because I'm not really sold on him. Alright, that highlight thing has been switched now, thankfully. I like that change. And we'll also say maybe another starter. So trade targets, if we need a full-time left fielder heading into next season. It's certainly not going to be the $51 million of Juan Soto. Roman Anthony is set to untouchable. Stowers, Kjerstad, Bowers. 99 overall, Pedro Oliveros would sure fit into left field pretty well right about now. $31.6 million per. Tigers with Nootbaar. Hendrik Panango. Twins with Charles Pagan, last year's Rookie of the Year. Duran apparently found his way to Houston. Dan Pittman. Crash, you take it easy, you fuck. Goodness. Go follow Crash. Do it. Do it now. Shout out to Lurch for the 25 months.
Jeez.
We go for Gabriel Gonzalez.
The Patriots jacket, and of course he's been
trying to add anybody there actually is. Ton Byers would be great, but Seattle's not trying to move him, even though they have Jordan. Lurch, how was the weekend? I know you do, Crash, and that's okay. Because we'll always have Kakalaki. Dominguez is out there making $18 million over the next 7 years. I don't know about that one. And then there's James Wood, who of course chose to sign with Philly. But, I mean, in theory, yeah, he can't be traded before June 15th. Shit. There is not an abundance of left fielders out there right now. Luther Hazel, who they don't want to give up, even though they have Langford for 5 more years at $40 million per. Jesus, Cincy. Because all the frickin' veteran left fielders are being hoarded by the Brewers. Nathan Luquez. Riley Green. Escobar. God damn, well, we found who has all the left fielders. It's the goddamn Cardinals, and they don't want to move any of them. They don't even want to move Chris Monzo. Jesus. Diamondbacks with Ryan Waldschmidt for the year. Rockies. It's a bit ironic the game makes it impossible for you to get a good lefter after missing out on that guy. You're not wrong. Yep, no one wants to move their prospects right now, so we have very limited options in left. Pittman or Gonzalez, basically. It's not looking great. Heading into this season, I do want to see what the top prospect list is looking like. And what our draft pick situation is going to be looking like, too. Top prospect in baseball is the closer for the Reds, Miguel Benitez. Outside of that, of course, we had a couple graduates. Tim McCall's up there. So our first representative, Jimmy Merritt at 22, Eddie Hernandez at 23. And Gary McCormick at 45 to round out the top 50. Our farm rank is still top 10, though. Number 8. Okay. That's not bad, then. At least we have that going for us. At least we have that going for us. So let's get a look at the finalized roster for this season, who finished with a losing record in spring training. Your 2031 Chicago White Sox. Rotation, Paul Skeens, Hagen Smith, Noah Schultz, Norman Kay, and Christian Opor. With a long reliever of Duncan Davitt, or Davitt. Bullpen is Jordan Leisure, Benito Vizcaino, Cole Winn, Rondell Williamson, Sandy Cox, and Grant Taylor. So, I mean, we don't have any elite arms coming out of the pen. We got the best starter in the fucking world right now, and then 2 strong options outside of that. But it is technically weaker than it was last year after losing the other Smith. Our lineup: Doug Felton, Kyle Teal, Junior Caminero, Colson Montgomery, PCA, Matt Henley, Paul Cortez, Drew Waters, and Braden Montgomery, with Robert, Gonzalez, Guerrero, Appel, and Lodice on the bench. And that does change against lefties, where it's Felton, Henley, Caminero, and Gonzalez gets in there at second base. But yeah, Caminero, PCA, Skeens, the big 3 signed over the last year. The question is, what the hell do we scout for? And with the 5th overall pick, let's be honest, it needs to be top heavy. We need to get that pick right. Everything else afterwards is fine. That said, at catcher, we have Teal and a mid prospect, right? First base, we have Henley. So we're fine. We don't need anything at first base. Henley's fine. Second base, we got Felton. I'm confident with him, and we got a couple prospects. Third base is Caminero. We're fine. Shortstop. I mean, we do have Eddie Hernandez down there, so I think we're fine at shortstop. Obviously, left field. Left field is the big one. Because then PCA, Anderle could be dealt or could play left. And then right is Montgomery. We do have a couple prospects there. And then, yeah, it's pitching after that. It is pitching after that. So catcher, left, and starting pitching as we begin this season. And we will not start off 0-8, but we are 3-5. So if we look best of the best, and then, oh my God, Derek Finley. Especially best of the best if they line up with what we need. So we're going to look at Derek Finley. We're going to look at Lawrence Thompson, and we're going to look at Sean Mata. That is pretty much a must. And again, it's another 5th overall pick this year. In which last year, it did not go well. He literally didn't sign with us. Okay, so Finley. Very good chance of an A potential, but not a guarantee. I mean, Finley looks good. If he were to fall to us, that would be great. There's just no guarantee. Thompson could obviously be scouted more, but he looks great. And then Mata is going to be a beast. He's not going to be an A potential, but man, that overall out of the gates is gross. He could literally step right into our starting rotation next year. So that is pretty good. Who's next? Richie Nance, another starter. Larry Morin, another starter. And Bill Ullman, another starter. Well, this is apparently the year for starting pitching then. So we are 8-13 to begin the year. We'll still finalize scouting for some of these dudes, but we'll see. I got a JJ Weatherhold that's numbered to 50. Did you get number 1? Number 24, maybe? The best number? All right, let's keep looking. Bruce Terry at third base. Yeah, we can take a look because he's projected top 10. But then Daryl Torres and Oscar Quezada also projected top 10. So catcher, third, and starter. We might as well just see, right? If they're projected top 10, like, we can at least look. Tatsuya Amai has been dealt to Tampa for Tehran Laranzo, Kyron Paris, and Huey McCain, a pretty decent center field prospect. So, you know, a starter for a useful catcher, second baseman, and a decent prospect. Sure. Not bad. As we are 11-16. And wouldn't you know it, still last in the division right now. I can't believe it. You checked the first round pick from last year and his blocking stat. Didn't he have catcher as a secondary position? I didn't check because honestly his arm strength, he had a fucking noodle arm anyway. So if he has a noodle arm, I'm definitely not going to play him at catcher even if he has good blocking. All right, Bruce Terry looks legit. So does Daryl Torres for that matter. All right, who else do we have? Corey Rios, another starter. Xavier Rush, another starter. And Royce Kent, you're not going to believe it, another starter. This was certainly the year to start looking at starting pitchers. 14-19 on the year now. How many games do you hop into in a season? For this series, I really haven't been playing. It's been more about progressing and checking how the changed mechanics are working. But if we do make it to the playoffs, I do like to watch the AI versus AI. Gameplay for me, I'm kind of limiting it to Road to the Show right now, which is what we played through in the back half. But yeah, especially for this first challenge in terms of gameplay, we're mainly just testing out like, okay, they talked about the trade logic. Is it actually better? They talked about the signing logic. Is it actually better? They talked about this and this. Have they actually improved those things? The answer for the most part, by the way, is yes, which is pretty nice. But yeah, if I were to be playing a bunch of games per season, I wouldn't get those answers as fast as I want. I'm impatient. Do we care about Gonzalez and Cortez? I mean, they're first round projected adjacent, but I don't think we care about those guys. So let's make sure those who are in the top 10 are at least up towards like 90% scouted. I will say if that's like, oh, okay, I prefer gameplay. I will shout out my buddy Sammy at least, who does play every second of every game. When he plays franchise, he is actually live right now, I believe, with his Cardinals run. So if you're looking for a franchise that's more gameplay heavy, I highly recommend him. Great dude, great streamer. Can I afford a better scout than the middle one? Not without firing the two good ones. So I'm all right with two good scouts and an okay scout. All right, Bill Ullman, let's keep looking at you. Xavier Rush, let's keep looking at you. And Richie Nance. Again, the only thing we are worried about this year is making the most of that top 5 pick. Making up for last year's mistake. And we need to hope that that goes our way. So Gonzalez we're not going to worry about. Although he has kind of moved into that top 10 role. So you know what? Maybe we will look at him. Let's look at that shortstop just in case. And then I'm not going to worry about that first baseman. I'll worry about that first baseman. First, shortstop, and right, huh? All right. Let's see if we can get over 500 this week. We do get a trade offer. Tyler Molly's last year at 18. How the hell were you making 8? Well, I guess it makes sense you're making 18 mil. He has been dreadful this season. But we'd get rid of one of the backup shortstops that we really don't have room for. I'd really like more back to take on this guy here, because Tyler, buddy, you're looking pretty cooked. Yeah, it's been a while since you've been decent, too. We're just going to ignore that trade offer. No, thank you. No real redeeming qualities there. And all 3 of those guys we looked at just fell way out of the top 10 range. All right, so that leaves us Wallace, Kyle Rivera, starter Jeff Coppola. Francis Ford Coppola? Alex Machado and another starter, Eli Reyes. Yeah. A lot of starters towards the top of this draft right now. We could not get this pick wrong. And the Orioles can't wait for your decision any longer. Yeah, well, way to take the hint. Way to take the hint. Reyes looks like he could still be half decent. Machado falling like that's kind of scary. Okay. Who else? I mean, we could look at Wallace and Rivera to find out for sure. We could look more at Reyes. Let's look at Spencer Driver. I mean, we did say that a catcher might not be the worst thing in the world, so let's look at Kyle Rivera. It was catcher, left, and pitchers that we were really focused on this year. Reyes, Hernandez, Bond, Mariano Marmolejo, Pittman, Rios, Ramon Marin. I think I missed out on a little bit of extra efficiency that last week. Oops. We're 2 games under 500 despite the additions. I really thought that PCA and Caminero were going to make us that much better, but I don't know. Maybe the pitching is still just too weak. Or maybe we have crucial injuries. Yeah, Barry and Norris were both in the minors. Just kind of underperforming. All right, Ramon Marin really fell off. The other 2 still look decent. Still got 4 weeks left of scouting here. You know, Darrell Wallace is still like right there in the top 10 mix. I do want to look at him just in case. Just in case. Rivera, I am tempted by. And Reyes, getting more information on those guys. If we don't look at them, we are looking at more of Alex Machado, Mike Azzopardi. We will look at Mike Azzopardi here. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen a closer projected this high up yet. Normally you do. Bunch of third basemen to the first baseman. Teddy Cole. Cole. We'll look at him. Starter, first, and catcher. And we cannot afford to get this 5th overall pick wrong. Angels offering Matthew Liberatore. He is making $19 million for 5 more years. No chance in hell. I am willing to move Paul Cortez, but not for that. No, sir. No, sir. That is an absolute no. All right. So Wallace is still hanging around that top 10 spot. The other two, not so much. Do I care? If that first baseman is still hanging around the top 10, but at 10th, do we really think he's going to be that good? Same with Rivera, kind of hanging around. Who else is projected first round that we haven't looked at yet? Outside of Rich Crespo, that's pretty much where it ends for first round projections. So we'll look at Crespo, we'll look further at Wallace, and we'll look more at Rivera too. So catcher first and starter stays. And whatever the hell the rest of the draft is going to be is what it's going to be, you know? The fifth is the most important. We are now 6 games under 500. All right, so Crespo fell off. Rivera fell off a bit. Wallace actually moved into top 10 consideration. Like further. He's up to number 7. Let's keep looking at him. I mean, he's 18, so he's taking forever to scout. But also Eli Reyes at number 11. And Spencer Driver at 12. Southern League first half is over. Man, Cleveland and Kansas City just putting the boots to us. The boots. All right. Not bad. Not bad in terms of locking down options. Depending on what the AI does. I can't imagine Derek Finley is going to fall to us. I'm going to say 80% is scouted enough. So Hernandez... Unknown secondary positions. I'm going to really prefer not to have somebody in a secondary position. But the alternative, if we don't look at these guys to find out for sure, is going very far down the board now. Very far into the second round projected dudes. Like, we're talking for positions of need, closer, Benedict Sexton, Carter Haney. Yeah, I mean, that's when you really start getting into the relievers. But those are guys that could also potentially be available in the second round. But we do have a later second round pick at 73. But there's also the compensations. Just scout by region. Yeah, that might be the right way to go. We only got 2 weeks to do it, though. We look at catchers. Weber's number 47. I don't think we have to do it by catcher. Left field. It really drops. Let's just look. Let's just look at the top then. Raul Hernandez. Maybe he'll be good enough to just say, yep, screw it, best available, take him. Same for Michael Bond. We just got to hope that they have a good secondary position. And Mariano Marmolejo. If we had 1 or 2 more weeks beyond what we have, I think we might have risked it. But final bit of the window. Bunch of those guys fell way back. Okay. Not worried about Michael Bond. Malcolm Pittman. Let's look a bit more at Russ Brewster, since we haven't looked at him at all. Hunter Starr in center. And then anybody else that we have not seen anything of. Even Ken Cortez, we at least have a bit of info. It's either Delgado or Blanco. And we'll go with the outfielder in Delgado. We need to make the most of this 5th overall pick. Please. Please, please, please. The 2031 Draft is here. Number 1 for our scouts and on the board is left fielder Derek Finley. Who, again, to me, screams like, all right, average but nothing special. But the last time there was a left fielder that looked that way, he turned into a 99 overall. So I'm a bit scared. Then there's third baseman Bruce Terry, who is not in a position of need. He's not the first guy we've seen that looks like a Gold Glove third baseman. You know? But I mean, 90% scouted and everything is average at worst. Except for his bunting ability. Starter Lawrence Thompson. Doesn't look that good. Like, unless I'm crazy, like he doesn't look that good. Like the right side of the stuff category looks solid. Hits per 9, Ks are average at best, except for hits per 9 against righties. The individual pitches themselves aren't that good. 2 of them are below average at best. Starter Sean Mata has no guarantee, apparently, of being an A, but is apparently a 73 to a 78 overall. How? With those current attributes, and that stamina and control needs to be, like, at the max range it's talking about, because otherwise I don't see how they're that good. He has a curveball with absolutely no break, let alone velocity, but especially no goddamn break on it. Xavier Rush. Maybe I'm crazy. He just does not look like this super stud of a pitcher. He just doesn't. What about Bill Ullman? A little bit more yellow in there, indicating, you know, average, but Spencer Driver. Wallace at first base, big-time contact hitter, but we don't really need a first baseman. Daryl Torres. There is not one player right now to me that's like, oh my god, it's this guy, clearly. And Royce Kent has no chance of an A, nor does Morin. Eli Reyes. There is not a single player here that I'm like, oh my god, it has to be that guy. And Pittman was only 50% scouted, so those ranges are scary. Let's just find out, right? Let's find out. It's the 5th pick, so we kind of have to get our hopes up for whoever's at the top of the board. Cardinals have the first pick, and they select Sean Mata. So again, for Mata, no chance of an A potential, but apparently a mid-70s overall out of the gates. The attributes didn't really show that, but I mean, they just went with the guy that can step right into a starting rotation as soon as next season. 2nd overall, the Orioles take Bruce Terry, that third baseman. Decent chance of an A potential, if that's accurate. Decent chance of a 70 overall, if that's accurate. And 3rd overall, it is Colorado taking Jamal White, a way off the board second baseman. Way off the board. We'll see if they're right. So that potential number 1 pick is still there. Just like last year, though, when the Giants took him 4th, will the Reds take the number 1 projected player 4th? Yes. We just got cucked 2 years in a row, man. And we finished with identical records to Cincy, and they got the higher damn chance. Well, hopefully, much like the Giants, they don't end up getting to sign that guy. That sucks. So that leaves Lawrence Thompson. I mean, at least that starting overall is going to be in the 60s at the lowest, apparently. Rush compared to him, the overall could just be so much lower, but the potential could slightly be higher. Ullman, 79 to a 91. Spencer Driver, 76 to a 93, but could be as high as a 73 overall. Darrell Wallace, Darryl Torres, Kent. If Kent was a 77 out of the gates, maybe. And then Reyes could also be okay, but man, he is such a risk. Pittman, gigantic risk on 50% scouted. Ken Cortez, gigantic risk. Rivera's not too much of a guarantee either. Machado, big risk. As a party, oh my god. So what that first baseman looks like, by the way. Which again, it's just not a position of need. So our whole strategy of like, hey, let's find just like one of these guys has got to be guaranteed. No, none of them have to be anything. None of them have to be anything, actually. Lawrence Thompson, come on down. We need a starter more. Let's take Lawrence Thompson and hope for the best. Should at least be a B potential guy. And we do get a compensation pick, number 73, because of that missed pick earlier. So, let's see. There's a catcher in Mitch Weber. We do need a backup catcher. Could be him. I mean, he looks as good as anybody. Let's just risk it on Mitch Weber. Because we really didn't do much depth scouting. Hoffman. Left fielder Scott Mott looks terrible. Ezra Guzman doesn't... Well, I mean, if Mott was actually a 78, he might not be that bad, but... Campillo, we don't know much about. Parra as a reliever. Scott Baird. Claudio Espinoza. Paul Hamill. Valenzuela. Well, two shortstops who might be half decent. We are going to go for the closer, Alfonso Parra. Again, pitching being a need. Fourth round, what do we got? Carlos Diaz. We just have to hope that overall is not low. Jeff DeLuca. What about Paul LaDuca? Jake Chin. Eugene Shoemaker could be decent. Alex Theophanopoulos. Let's go for Jake Chin. Hope for the best. Just blind drafting, that's all we can do. Fifth round, Darren Hoffman. That screams super low overall regardless. Woody Carlson. Adrian Cabrera could be decent. Damian Franco. Christopher O'Keefe. Let's take O'Keefe on a blind guess. Why not? This is our pitching heavy draft. And then sixth rounder, Pedro Maraville. Anybody else outside of Pedro? Fernando Almanzar. I think we have our guy. Michael Driver. Chris McCarthy. Nick Bliss. That's sweet Nick Bliss. So Maraville, potentially a 64. Pedro Maraville. I can't say I have a good feeling about the draft. Hopefully we can at least sign our people. That would be nice. Not really worried about the home run derby. At least at this exact moment. Let's save. Oh, but we need this draft to deliver at least a little bit. Said home run derby in Pittsburgh. Nick Kurtz, Riley Green, Joe Adele, Ethan Holiday, Shohei Ohtani, Roman Anthony, Pedro Oliveros, and Kyle Manzardo. Your home run leaders. The All-Star game tonight sees the White Sox represented by no pitchers. Shout out to Mike Soroka making it. How old is he at this point? 33? Trey Savage is the starter, though. Pedro Oliveros is there, of course. Junior Caminero has made it as the starting third baseman. And Matt Henley. Matt Henley is an all-star at 20 years old. So he is already the greatest Maine-born player in baseball history. Matt Henley made it. Look at that. We are dead last in our division, but we did have 2 all-stars. Skeens. Straight 4s for an ERA. Hagen Smith is over a 6. Schultz is basically at a 6. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't need to see any more. I'm already depressed. Henley, though, batting .290 with 17 home runs, 51 RBI. 295 for Teal. Caminero's on 20 home runs, 62 RBI. PCA, 19 dingers. How is this team last in the division? I honestly don't know. I mean, Drew Waters hasn't been very good in left, but... Alright, draft picks. Coco, what's going on, dude? How are ya? Lawrence Thompson, can we get you signed? Yes, so the 5th overall pick. No concerns this year. He signs immediately. Yeah, Coco, I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying the game. Even though we have been repeatedly punched in the balls by it so far. But maybe this will be the draft that turns it around. Alright, nothing else. I have a feeling Wallace is going to be Rick Beach. He might. He might. I really want to love this mode, but I can't figure out or understand scouting at all. Well, I will say there is a lovely YouTuber who does have pretty comprehensive guides of specifically what to look for, like down to a science. I am not going to be able to afford Mitch Weber, am I? At least at that price. So if you really want to like min-max your chances of good players, I do recommend old Scrawny Slugger. But I mean, by design, right? This is how they have it set up of like, hey, baseball is a fucking crapshoot. You can only be so informed. This is by design. We are going to be in a bit of trouble here. We are going to be in a bit of trouble in terms of signing our other guys here because we just feel super low on time. Deadline is passed. William Contreras gets dealt to the Padres for Ramon Quintana, a really good center field prospect. Luis Arias and Chad Feliciano, not a bad deal at all. I mean, Contreras is a beast, but... And then Riley Green, Ryan Weathers, and Scott Blewett are on their way to the Dodgers for Mike Soroka. Sirota, excuse me. James Tibbs and Justin Robleski. That is a cap dump, big time. I mean, they just shed almost $50 million of salary, so I don't hate that. And today is the deadline to sign picks. That's not good. That's not good. Weber was the second rounder. Doesn't really even look that good. I guess Pedro Maraville needs to take top priority here. And he declines. Not good. After that, let's look at Chris O'Keefe, who also declines. Mitch Weber declines. Jake Chin does sign. All right, not great. Not great in terms of actually signing our dudes. Not great. At least we signed the 5th overall. The question is, drum roll please, is the game just crashed. I hit over to the right to go to the menu and the game crashed. It's a good thing I saved. That's crash 7? I think that's crash number 7. All within franchise. Road to the show, I've had no issues so far. All within franchise. That is crash number 7. Damn. Damn. That is not fun. Just wait until he hits a foul ball and the game calls it a home run. Well, we don't play in Toronto. We should be fine. We should be fine. I think the crash is legit only on Xbox. Over on PS has been great. Yeah, I mean, I said it the other night and I didn't do it. I'm going to uninstall and reinstall the game and see if that helps. But yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. Setting sign picks to auto for me results in a 100% sign rate in previous games. Interesting. Lawrence Thompson ended up being a 66 overall, 86 potential. That's not bad. That's not bad. We kind of knew that's about where he was going to be. That's pretty good for us. Mitchell Weber, whatever the fuck his name was, went unsigned. Alfonso Parra, it's a good bullpen arm, 67 overall. And then Jake Chin is a decent option. So, obviously not our best draft, but at least we got Thompson signed. Elsewhere, turns out that Cleveland had some trouble signing people. Detroit took Bill Ullman, who's only a 56. Luis Manuel's a 59. Kansas City got a decent steal-ish, 21 years old, only a 52 for Darren Hoffman. Minnesota, nothing. Houston, 51 overall, Jeremy Bryant. Angels with 62 overall, David Pate. David Peppermint Patty. Athletics did not sign shortstop Mariano Marmolejo. They did get an electric closer in Derek Zito. Go figure, a Zito on the Athletics, 71 overall. And then Steven Vigna looks good, but he's only a 51, so it'll take him forever to develop. Seattle got Nick Bliss at the end. He's a 48, but they got him at least. Texas with Larry Morin, that's a 62 overall. And Fabio Vergara is a 50. Alden Clem at a 55. Kenny Walters a 58. Josh Rodriguez a 47. Miami, 59 overall for Rush. 67 for Spencer Driver. Man, they got both those guys, huh? And a 73 for Carter Haney. I hate the Marlins. The Mets with Darrell Wallace. Turns out he is not Rick Beach. He is a 59 overall. But Fernando Soto looks good, but he is only a 52 at 23 years old. Phillies with Ray Ingebrigtsen. 57 overall. That's a damn good steal for Philly because he's only 18. That's a damn good steal. Washington, Richie Nance wasn't that good. Carlos Diaz is a 62 at 23 years old. This draft looks tragic. It doesn't look great. Royce Kent, 73 overall for him. And Scott Baird rocking a 57. A 57. Cincy. So Derek Finley, who went just before we got to pick. He went 4th overall. Would have been nice. That would have been the left fielder that we needed, but no such luck. Because of a frickin' tiebreaker. And they also got Rich Crespo, who's a 61. So 2 really good picks for Cincy. Milwaukee, Teddy Cole, 56 overall, and a 57 for Vern Marte. Pirates, Michael Bond wasn't that bad for a C, but Rodrigo Cedeno, 57 overall, and Philip Valenzuela, 49. Valenzuela. St. Louis, 1st overall, Sean Mata is a 74 out of the gates. That was expected. And then J.J. Piazza, Mike's black son, 47 overall. Arizona, Quezada wasn't that good. Rivero's a 56, and Logan is a 60. Colorado absolutely shit the bed with Jamal White. Absolutely shit the bed. Dodgers, Franz Escobar, 59 overall. That's a good pick. And left fielder Richard De Leon, 76 overall. 80 potential. Goddamn. Padres, nobody over a C. Giants, Phil Kimball's a 54. David Signs is a 51. Baltimore, not a great draft. Red Sox, not a great draft. Yankees, Andrew Ruiz is a 57. Good pick. Elmer Salas is a 55. Good pick. Aaron Schreiber's a 51. Okay, because he's 20. Tampa, Pittman wasn't amazing, but James Scully, goddamn, 74. Definitely could have had a better draft, that's for sure. Blue Jays, Ray Seymour, 62 overall. I mean, we didn't do bad with Thompson, Para, even Jake Chin. Not that bad. But it was, again, a very, very hit-or-miss draft. No other way to put it. I played Conker's bad for a day. Not in forever. My older cousins had it, and I got to play it over at their house. Yeah, it has been a long time since I got to play that game. Alright. Well, I think the way we're looking at this is just let this season be over with because we have still underperformed greatly for one reason or another. 59 and 77, dead last in this division. Despite being the 12th ranked team in baseball, apparently. Well, in terms of call-ups, what do we have? What do we have in terms of call-ups? We could go for Bruin. Paul Cortez is out for the rest of the season, so we'll call up Brian Ramos for sure. Boston Barrows really stepped up. Ooh, +4 for Louis Anderle already. Maybe he is the guy in left. Again, I don't like playing people in their secondary positions all that often, but Anderle's really stepped up. If we look at the 40-man then, who do we have? Anderle, Barrow. Anderle or Barrow? Let's go for Barrow. We'll let Anderle continue to hopefully rip it up in AAA. And then pitcher-wise, let's go for Vilcaman Gonzalez. That works. Hopefully we can get through this month without any more major injuries, but it certainly looks like we are going to have another high draft pick next season. AAA Ball Club finished with 73 wins. This just was not our year. 67 and 95. We just cannot get to where we want to get. Maybe Paul Skeens is cursed. Athletics and Red Sox, Jays and Rays, with the Mariners and Guardians awaiting. Other side, it's Pittsburgh and Cincy, Atlanta, San Fran, with Milwaukee and the Dodgers awaiting that bye. So in terms of the standings, we tied the Orioles on 67 wins. The Angels had 63. And then the Cubs on 64. So we are anywhere between, top 3 and, top 7 in terms of lottery odds. It's, again, going to come down to tiebreaker. But there are just certain teams, ourselves, the Rockies, the Nationals, that have just not been able to pull themselves out of the doldrums here. So we look at the numbers on the year. Kyle Teal was much healthier this season. 19 home runs, 76 RBIs, 852 OPS. Jackson Appel got 94 at-bats, but he was great. He was great at the plate when he got the chance. 144 strikeouts for Teal. Only 3 errors on the year. 6.4 WAR for Kyle Teal. And then Jackson, man, look at that. A 1.7 WAR on 94 at-bats. 28 games played. He was amazing. I mean, he's waited a long time to finally get his chance, too, so. First base, Matt Henley, up to an 81 overall. Was an all-star this year. 22 home runs, 75 RBIs, an 824 OPS. Sub 100 strikeouts. Love that. Yeah, defensively left a bit to be desired, though. So 1.8 WAR. Yeah, he's got to improve that fielding, but we know he's more of a power, or not a power, but more of an plate first type of player. Second base, Dougie Felton up to an 85, 8 home runs, 44 RBI, 352 on base, 750 OPS. Gonzalez did okay as a depth option, 13 home runs. Neither guy over 100 strikeouts. It probably would have been, though. Doug Felton, man. 12 errors on the season. 1.4 WAR. So this is the theme so far. Is we got some guys, but defensively we have concerns about them. Third base, Junior Camanero's first season here, 39 home runs, the lowest amount he's had in like 4 years. 5 years, of course. 107 RBIs, though. And then Cortez, 14 home runs, 41 RBI. 821 OPS for Caminero, so. Did he get the contract he wanted and then just settle in? I don't know. His overall went up. Both guys over 100 Ks. 3.3 WAR for Caminero, 1.2 for Cortez. Again, we might have some defensive concerns here. Shortstops, Colson Montgomery, 27 dingers, 76 RBI with an 848 OPS. Kyle Lodice and 64 at-bats wasn't that bad either. Plenty of strikeouts for Colson, though. 7 errors on the year, 5.4 WAR in total, though. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Drew Waters, who was our filler left fielder for the year, 26 home runs on 59 power. Does have 70 power against righties. But 64 RBI, a 721 OPS. So he wasn't hitting the ball much, but when he did, it had a good chance of going the distance. 117 strikeouts. Good for 1.6 WAR. He was pretty good defensively. PCA and Luis Robert. It was 27 home runs, 81 RBI for PCA. 794 OPS was about expected. Would have liked the on-base to be higher, but he struck out 150 times. Perfect defensively. 5.2 WAR. I mean, at least he did what he needed to do defensively. And maybe there is a lot more merit to building defense first. Braden Montgomery, 17 home runs, 59 RBIs, a 743 OPS, 131 Ks. 1.2 WAR with 4 errors on the year. Okay. It's definitely some players you look at and say, okay, are they the guys moving forward? And I don't know. For the pitchers, 13 and 10 for Paul Skeens this year. Nobody else had more than 8 wins. 28 saves for Sandy Cox. He had 9 for Taylor. Gonzalez ended up with 3 in September alone. 208 strikeouts for Skeens. Nobody else had more than 142. Schultz with a team-high ERA of a 6.27. 4-14 record for him. Norman Kay had the lowest ERA on the team through 144 innings pitched. Quality starts, 17 for Skeens. It's not bad at all. Nobody else had more than 6. Oh, man. That's rough. And then as well for pitchers, yeah, 3.6 WAR for Skeens, 2.2 for Norman Kay. Yikes. Gonzalez was a beast, though, once he got called up, man. Yeah, I mean, Schultz was a little bit unlucky. Skeens was unlucky, too. The defense cost him a bit. I mean, in fairness, we haven't exactly had the choice as to whether or not we wanted to build defense first or not. We're just kind of playing the cards that we've been dealt. But definitely, it makes you think, right, about Doug Felton in the future. Maybe Muhammad Burns is that guy, especially if he's more defensive. Maybe. And Colson at shortstop. Again, like Eddie Hernandez is close. He'll probably be the backup next year. Could start waiting until he's about a 75, but Louis Anderley's definitely making the team next year, too. He was decent defensively. He's fast as hell. Who is going to win it all in 2031? The Milwaukee Brewers beat the Toronto Blue Jays. The poor Blue Jays just cannot win one again. Milwaukee wins in 6 games. Going through the Dodgers, Reds, and, well, that's it on their way there. What do the old Brew Crew look like? Jesus Made. Jacob Misorowski. Cade Smith. Bo Bichette beating his former team. Hit the Toronto button. What am I, some kind of clown to you? I'm just going to hit a button because you said so?
Oh, yay! Hooray! He said Toronto! Yay! Woo! Yay! That's where we live! We live in Toronto! Yay! Shut up!
Happy now? 5'11" first baseman with 50 fielding is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh, I don't think it was a disaster waiting to happen. I think it's happened. It's already happened. So, I mean, yeah, if we could get another first baseman, that would be nice. But, I mean, the alternative was potentially risking Murakami or that other dude whose name escapes me right now, even though I said it earlier, halting his development. But yeah, I mean, if we could get a fielding first baseman and have Henley play DH, that would be great. Yeah, Bellinger made the right choice, by the way, going to Milwaukee. He absolutely made the right choice. Jonathan Aranda won World Series MVP. Fair enough. We've had the Athletics, we've had the Mariners, and now we've had the Brewers. ALCS MVP was Rafael Devers. I can't disagree with that. Gunnar Henderson was really good, too. So, well, never mind, Varsho. Jesus, I didn't even notice. Like, the batting average for Devers was nuts, but 7 home runs, 16 RBI in 1 series, and you don't give it to Dalton Varsho? Okay. And then key player for the Brewers was Kerry Carpenter. I would have given it to TJ Friedel, more, He had more in everything. Yeah, the Brewers lost the World Series last year, win it this year. NL MVP one more time for Shohei Ohtani. Can't disagree with it either. Joe Adele is a beast in this game, man. And Ethan Holiday. Yeah, shout out to Joe Adele. Yeah, Shohei down to an 89 at 36 years old. And for him now, 39 awards. Jesus Christ. He is an 8-time MVP. 2026 Cy Young winner. Holy shit, man. 39 awards in total for Shohei. AL MVP. I will never forgive those scouts who said, look, I know he's projected first, but he looks pretty mid. I will never forgive those scouts. They should never get a job in baseball again. If it was hockey, they'd definitely get another job because boys club. Hopefully baseball won't be the same. Rightful MVP, you could argue. I mean, he had more RBIs. Kurtz had the better average. But yeah, Pedro Olivares wins his first MVP at 23 for the 99 overall. I will never forgive my scouts. Jesus Christ, man. That is the most wrong they've ever gotten it. AL Cy Young goes to Joe Ryan over Framber Valdez and Grayson Rodriguez. Rightful winner. Rightful winner. NL Cy Young to Logan Webb. Rightful winner. Over Ranger Suarez and Richard Houseman. Houseman's just 22. First rounder in 2026. God damn. AL batting title to Xavier Edwards. NL to Ronald Acuna Jr. Your AL reliever of the year, now in Boston, Mason Miller. I mean, absolutely the right choice. The only argument is Santana because of the ERA, but yeah, Mason Miller dominated. NL reliever of the year is Cade Smith. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, 21 more strikeouts for Walters is pretty good. Cade Smith, though, 3 in a row. 3 in a row. 4 in a row, actually, for reliever of the year. God damn. Your AL Rookie of the Year, Yohendrick Panango. Over Eduardo Quintero and Ralphie Velasquez. So no 197 batting average, although that was the NL side. Yeah, I can see why it was Panango. There's an argument for Quintero, but that's not a robbery. And an NL Rookie of the Year was that pitcher, Richard Houseman. Which, yeah, I mean, 182 strikeouts, right? Cam Collier was pretty damn good, too, but I can see why it went to Houseman. Hank Aaron Awards to Nick Kurtz and Ronald Acuna Jr. And then the Gold Glovers. Did we have a Gold Glove winner, a finalist, anything? I'm looking at a certain center fielder to have won it. Drew Waters finished third and left. Oh, Dalton Varsho. I hate you. Mainly because you guys choked in the World Series this year, but yeah, I mean, more putouts. I don't know. What do you prioritize more? 3 more assists or 3 more putouts? Dalton Varsho wins it. Can't even get PCA to win me a Gold Glove here. Are you kidding? I and Granny kind of got robbed. Junior Caminero wins a Silver Slugger for the 3rd straight year, this time just on a different team. At least we have that going for us. All right. That is not the season that we wanted. That is not the season that we wanted. McGowan and Romero were gone. Paul DeYoung. Lamont Wade. Luis Severino. Reese Hoskins. Trevor Story. Mike Trout retires as a Red at age 40. Still a 74 overall at age 40. That's not bad for regression. I mean, instead of him being like a fucking 50, that's really not that bad. Because, I mean, Christ, like, you know, age 40, like, what the hell would you have said Pujols rightfully should have been for an overall, right? So, like, the fact, like, yeah, you could still play Mike Trout if you wanted to. Might not be the smartest move, but you could do it. He still had really good power against righties, too. And that's obviously going to be the Hall of Fame career. Manny Machado was also gone. But yeah, Trout ended up playing for the Angels, the Mets, the Reds, somebody else in there, too. It was probably Cincy he got traded to. 29 awards, 3-time MVP. And wow, big Hall of Fame class. Trout, Machado, Arenado, Yelich, and Altuve. Holy shit. Damn. 610 home runs for Trout at the end of it, too. Not bad. Those are some free agents. Those are some free agents. Especially those first three. Those are some free agents. All right. We are going to make our end of stream switch over to some Wario Road to the Show. And we will see what happens tomorrow night as we continue on with that franchise run. We'll see. We'll see. I'm a bit concerned, we'll say. I'm a little bit concerned, but we do need to get some Road to the Show in there as well, as we love to do. Especially with this absolute nightmare. This thick-ass boy. Damn. Oh, goodness.
Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick-ass boy. Damn.
I forgot I had that sound effect. Baffle, say hello to Wario. We had Waluigi last year, who was a string bean. And instead now this year, we went the other direction. 5'1", allegedly 220 pounds. Drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays, currently in Double-A with the Montgomery Biscuits. Oh, boy. I got fooled on that changeup big time. Look at the thighs, baby. Don't you just want to smother yourself in? Too far? Not far enough? I even got the little green shoes on. We even got the little green booties on. These are the tribal cheeks. This is Wario's land. Oh, God. You know how the Cardinals have Big Mac land? Yeah, the Trop's going to have Wario land. All right, we can get some training in there. Recognition. Squats or ladder training. Ooh, let's go ladder training. That sounds awful. And there we go. For the drills, he thins out, you know. It is Byro, it is. All right, press A to start. Guitar Hero. X, B, A, B, A, B, 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 up. Bap. There we go. A, B, B, A, X, B, Y, B, A, B, Y, X, A, X, B, X, B, X, X, B, X, 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 B, Y, 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 X, B, X, Y, B, 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 Y, A, Y, Gold. Nailed it. GG's. I'm the best. I'm the best. We got 15 hull tokens out of that. We are still batting 4th in the lineup for them biscuits. For them biscuits. The 5 and 4 biscuits. We're actually at a decent 294 average as well. I thought we were lower than that, to be honest. I thought we were much lower than that.
Is getting ready to go. He's showing
there he is.
Why many are calling him one of the most promising young talents this season.
Damn right, he's one of the most promising young talents.
Biscuits, taking on the Chattanooga Lookouts.
Damn right.
Festivities are
Ace, we did just switch away with it, switch away from it to get to some road to the show. It's going okay. We've had a little bit of trouble digging the White Sox out of irrelevance. A little bit easier said than done, despite some big free agent pickups. All right, who the hell are we up against here? Darren McCoggin the wheel. Your hitting settings. So I'm trying out that new box hitting that they talked about, the big box hitting. Normally I use zone, but we're testing this out now. Just trying to see if we like it at all. It's decent. It is kind of nice for streaming purposes, because with zone I feel like you do got to be pretty locked in. I mean, this is just make sure you point in the right damn direction.
And he delivers. And ball 4, 2 aboard.
I'll take a walk on 4 pitches. Oh, don't you challenge it. I'll kick you in the face.
And it's a called strike.
Damn.
They'll keep both their challenges.
Sorry, what's up? Now I got to kick that catcher in the face.
And now the 3-1 pitch. And that's a walk.
Yeah, challenge. No! That's a ball. You're out to lunch.
Close, but it was a ball.
Give me my base, baby. Give me my base. You cannot deny the patience.
Top of the 4th inning.
Unbelievable patience.
Chattanooga has been a Double-A city for a long time.
All right.
They've been a Double-A team for various major league parent clubs every season since 1932.
He is afraid to throw to me, as he should be.
Ball 1, second plate appearance of the day.
The bat looks so small. Oh, God. Woo! Why don't you do the base running? I do if there's an open base, so we have a chance to steal. Dude, he does not want to pitch. So that would be the show worth getting. I'm enjoying it. You know, full transparency. I didn't have to pay for my copy, but I am enjoying it. I do think there have been really good changes to franchise. I mean, Ace, it's going to look the same. I mean, visually, it's going to look the same. That's not changing. Man, 2 walks to start the night. Look at that. Yeah, visually, it's not going to change, but it's a lot of the like under the hood improvements and stuff like that. But that might not be enough, especially if you've been playing the game like every single year. You might not feel the need to improve right now. 2K was the, I mean, I love the 2K games as well, but we don't live in that reality anymore where any sports game really has competition outside of
another throw over.
Soccer, and even then it's limited. Baseball tends to look the same year after year. Big if true.
First offering and the runner goes.
That's our base, baby. Yeah. Oh, easy.
Not even close.
Easy. 5th stolen base of the campaign. Look at the wheels.
Ball doesn't seem to be carrying, so they might as well try and generate some offense with the stolen base. I like that call.
Outstanding. That dive registered on the Richter scale. We're not going to try to steal 3rd, though. It's just a bad idea. So we got 2 walks and a stolen base in our first game of the night. It's not bad.
You this one, and leading off, Ward Rios.
That is not bad. All right, Joel Valdez, huh? Let's see if you'll actually pitch to me.
That's a bullet,
yes, you
but
will.
It goes foul. Bad Boy Bidets has a wide array of patterns available, from classic flames to
Bad Boy Bidets, huh?
Make every toilet visit an adventure.
Underneath
Boy
it.
Bidets.
Land. On the field, I meant.
And there's one and 2 outs, scoreless ball game here.
Francisco
Stepping to the plate for
Urbaez.
Chattanooga, Francisco
Steal or pop up? Bunt.
Runner on the go. Pitch misses in.
Hey, we got somebody.
Trying to get into score
Look at
position
that.
on that play, but a great catch.
Look at that. We actually gunned somebody down.
How you want to pick up your pitcher.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
Bases loaded, 2 outs.
No touch.
Next to bat for the Lookouts, Alexander Vargas.
Bases loaded. That's going to be a pop-up.
0-1, here's the pitch. A bunt, and it's popped up. Ready to get the 8th inning going.
Well, hopefully that counted as tagging the base. I don't think it did.
now.
Taylor Floyd. We got 2 walks and a stolen base tonight.
Oh, that's inside.
Still looking for our first home run.
Here's the 1-0 offering.
We're not going to get it if they keep pitching to us like that. Try a breaking ball. Why not? I like breaking balls.
Ball, high.
Ryan
I almost swung
waits
at that
on deck.
too, and probably should have. Or it's a good thing I didn't, I guess. But I felt like I should have.
3-0 pitch. That one misses. It's a leadoff walk.
Wow, ump out.
Pitch
Are you
walk
sure?
and good discipline by the batter,
I thought for
making him
sure
come
that
into the
definitely
strike
was a
zone.
strike. I mean, we'll take our
And now the
third
first
walk of the game.
baseman, Ryan Belay.
What
Over
the
3 with
hell?
2 strikeouts
Have I
and
ever
a
had
ground
3
out.
walks in a game?
Quick toss to first.
Like
Back
in
in
any
safely
year
on
of
the
playing
dot.
Road to the Show? I could play a full 9-inning game and not get 3 walks in a game.
Back over to
I got
first.
real
Back
lucky.
in that time as
I
well.
got real lucky there. I should have gotten caught. I thought for sure he'd go for
Get
one
a
more.
chase on a slider down
I
and
don't think I've
away.
had 3 walks
Action
in an
the
entire
pen down
cycle
there.
of this
Trevor
game.
Kunkel, the right-handed sinker baller, looks to be getting ready. Here's the pitch. Runner is on the
Meow.
Throw
That's
and
another
safe.
stolen
That is
base.
a stolen base.
6th of the
And now they've got a
campaign.
good chance to take the lead
On
late
the
in
Barry
this one.
Bonds of our generation.
That's ball 4.
Just walking left and right. They'll walk me with the bases loaded. They're
One
so
out
scared.
and a runner at second. Francisco Urbaez will hit next.
Gary Gill Hill. What a name. Gary Gill Hill, you get on in here for dinner.
And now 2 down.
Now batting, left fielder.
And that is it. 3 walks.
He was a difference maker for them in this one. They took the loss, but he did
3
a
walks
nice
on the
job to
night, a
contribute.
couple of stolen bases. Not bad at all. We're on fire, stealing like it's his job. He's got that pace, baby. He's got that pace. Whew. That is a very bizarre way to start tonight, I gotta be honest. That is a very bizarre way to start the night. Oh, man.
Stepping in, Ward
Pitcher's
Rios.
famous for their base stealing ability. Damn right. Gary Gill Hill's a real guy. I refuse to believe he was born in 2004. Davis Daniel, huh? Ooh,
Pitcher blew that
he
by
went
him
right
at the
after
plate,
me.
and I'm sure he's smiling after
Okay.
that. If the hitter's laying low, though, it could get interesting later in the AB. Swings
He
and
got
flares
me.
it.
Please drop, 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 drop. Yes!
And it's
Yes!
And they're out in
Yes.
front with a 1-0 lead.
I did not deserve that at all.
Well, they strike first as he gets
I
the
was
job done.
totally
Home
fooled
run,
on
and
that
a nice
slider.
job there to keep the hands tight to the body.
That's
Otherwise,
baseball,
he would've
baby.
had
Sometimes
no
you
shot
get
of flaring
rewarded
that
when
one
you
in the
really
left
didn't
and
deserve it.
bringing home that
You!
run.
I'll kill you.
Ryan Valade. Now,
That one's for you, Jackie Robinson. That one's for
Cam
you.
Collier getting ready to
He's on
hit.
Team Great Britain for the WBC. Oh, shit.
Collier.
Well, there you go.
2 outs
Was he
and
more
nobody
impactful
aboard.
than Jazz Chisholm?
And pops it up.
New Rochelle, New York. Yeah.
And that's that.
Can't help it, man. He's got those
One
quick
inning
feet.
in the books here. The Biscuits.
So again, we were very close to going with Waluigi again, or even throwing it back to our old school Torf character, just like a 6'10" monster. But
RBI knocked the
this
last time
happened.
up, and now a chance to drive in another run.
This happened.
Oh,
Almost
this
hit
one
me.
gets away.
Pass ball,
And
that's a
the
run
pitch
scored.
completes a run.
And we have a guy move up to second. They're scared of Ward Rios. I can't believe that didn't hit me either, with how freaking thick we are. All right, Davis, I imagine you're going to look
Here
to
comes
get
the
me
one-up. The pitcher's
for a
approaching
walk
him
here,
much
so.
more cautiously after he gave up the double the first time around.
Here. That's a strike.
One out with a runner
Easy
at
strike.
second.
Just waiting to see what he's going to do.
Lined, and that's a
I got to be honest, I tried to check out of that, but that's okay.
Stop
I'm getting
sign
lucky
goes
as
up
hell
at third.
tonight.
Runners at the corners with one
Also
out.
have to be honest, I
He's
do
already 2 for
wonder,
2 with
we
a
talked
single
about this
and a
plenty of
double,
times,
and
how
right
successful
along to set
would
up a
you
chance
be
at the
in your
cycle.
road to the show career if you never swung the bat? You just stood there and tried to draw walks
Stepping to the
every
plate
time.
now for Montgomery, Ryan Valade. Quick move to first. Just got the hand
Hopefully
in there
big
safely.
Chungus.
Another move to first, and they're keeping the runner close. Kick,
Look at the
pitch,
cake,
one
look at the
goes.
cake, look at the cake,
Strike
look at the
in
cake.
there.
Safe!
Bounces, and he gets in safely with a steal. Clearly, they're
Seventh
going for it in this inning.
of
With
the
runners on
season.
first and third, they took the risk and sent
Oh
him from
my
first to put
God.
both runners in scoring position. The gamble
He's
paid off,
unstoppable.
and now a base hit does real damage. Back to the top of the order here. Here's the left fielder,
We're
Jake
only up 2-0
Allen.
though. We didn't take advantage
Nobody
of my
out and a runner
phenomenal
in
effort.
first.
He's going to steal here. Modern day Jason Kendall.
And it's a pop-up.
If you run dynamic
under it.
difficulty, it'd be hard because at the beginner they always
And
give up
makes the
meatball.
catch.
Yeah, we probably would have to start on like
Now batting, right
the
fielder,
hardest of difficulties.
Hendrick.
And the next batter,
I would imagine.
Ward Rios.
Ward. Rio.
All right, Hunter Pax. Hunter Pax.
Liner to left.
Underneath it too much. Yep.
One down.
I needed to up the aim just a smidge.
Now batting, the first baseman.
2 outs.
Now
Runner on
Dominic
first base.
Patelli.
Here's the second baseman, Dominic Patelli.
Batting .439. Jesus.
Runner on the move. Pitch in for a strike.
Eh.
Safe at second. He easily steals the bat.
Yeah,
This
we
is a
still don't have the
classic
best
steal
arm.
Situation with 2 outs. If you get thrown out, the batter will just lead off the next inning. But because they got the steal, he could knock in a run with a hit to the outfield.
Lanky bastard.
One down. And here's the catcher, Ward Rios.
Rio.
Still looking for the first home run of his career. Thought that was going to drop more than what it did. So note to self, that sinker is might as well be a regular fastball.
And the 1-1.
That's a ball.
You know, I thought that was a strike, and yep, here's a challenge. And that one did find the zone. Still 2
Fuck.
challenges left for him.
That's a damn good pitch.
1 out and the base is empty.
I was
Swing,
waiting for the
soft
inside
line
pitch,
drop.
and there it
That's
is.
it.
Weak
So the
contact, but
go-ahead
we're
run is
on
on
base.
base
A
with
little
a
bit
knock.
lucky. That was way more
Seen the ball
inside than I
very
thought it
well
was
in
going to
this
be,
game.
but
I don't know what he could have done better on the mound.
yeah, I am getting
That
real
pitch
lucky.
was well placed inside, but he fought it off
First
the
crash
other way
running
for a
run to the
knock.
show. Sam, do you know what were the circumstances in which it happened? I'm
Coming up
intrigued.
to the dish for Montgomery, Ryan Valade.
Well, you know what we got to do. Look at the cake, look at the cake, look at the cake, look at the cake, look at the tongue, look at the tongue, look at the tongue, look at the tongue.
There's the runner.
That's
it
a bit
for
of a late
strike.
jump.
For
Yeah.
the second out,
A
that
smidge
was not
late.
even close.
It's a good throw.
That he was running with that lead.
Close. Just finished the game.
For getting the ball to the catcher quickly, and great job by the catcher of efficiently delivering
be honest, I
it in
shouldn't have been
time
on
to
base
catch
there
the runner
anyway.
stealing. Nice defense.
A lot of pitches out to black to show off ABS. It makes sense. It's what I'd prefer it to be honest. Look at the tongue, look at the tongue, look at the tongue.
There's one down. Couple of
That
pitches,
makes
a
up
quick
for
out.
our
That'll
failed
work.
steal.
The catcher,
They say that revenge is a dish best served cold. At Vendetta Bagpipes, they believe revenge is best served extremely loud and with lots of plaid
Oh,
clothing.
3 for 4 with a
Call them
double,
today
2
and see how
singles.
they can help you get even with maximum decibels.
Okay. Let's get on base against Will Cannon for food.
Rios now at the plate and swings
He
through
fooled
strike
me
one.
pretty bad on that one. Bang!
Line shot for a base hit.
It's another base hit, baby!
So a runner aboard to start the
That
inning.
one was deserved at
He's
least.
put together a really excellent game with the bat. Good job to stay back on that one and not roll over on it. Let it get deep in the zone, then drop the bat head on it and ripped it the other way
Oh, wow.
for a knock.
Doing the
In
high
the air,
school
out towards right center.
and pro spirits. I've gotten used to one of my guys who's nuked 50 home runs in
And
his high
there's
school
one down.
career. It's just a coincidence he looks 35. I am 12.
Slater DeBrun, the next to hit. Now a quick throw to first.
I got lucky. I didn't
Good
deserve
save,
that.
Really close.
I didn't deserve that. I'm getting real lucky. Oh, almost did it
Another
again.
throw over. And back
Oh! He has like B- level power too. Damn.
Wasn't interested in that high
Looking
fastball
for a way to
start.
take off.
I wonder
Just
if
the
he wants
timing.
something lower. Off the mark there.
Can't get his
And
timing
count
down.
even 1-1.
He can still throw here. It's just if he misses, of course. We'll
Runner
take
on
the
go.
base.
Pitch inside.
Damn.
Second and he's out. They clearly want to
All right,
try
another
and
caught.
add that lead here in the late innings, but he couldn't make Rios with a good game to help them
Had to
get
be
the
perfect.
win.
Still had a good game though.
4 hits in the ball game.
Got
That's
lucky.
always valuable. Strong individual day and a team
Very
win,
lucky
and
in
you'll
that
take
game.
every time.
4 for
This
5
is
with a
game
double
he
and
can
3
feel really
singles.
good about.
Now second on the team in total hits. That's not bad at all. Batting average is up to a 350. That just did a ton for us, man. That was crazy. Whew. That is crazy.
Ward Rios comes into this one fresh off a 4-hit game. Shades
Ward
of Tony Gwynn.
Rios.
That's the kind of contact any team would take in their lineup.
Whoa.
It's the Montgomery Biscuits taking on the Chattanooga Lookouts. First pitch coming your way next.
Let's go Biscuits.
And now the switch hitting
Speaking of
catcher,
biscuits.
Ward Rios. Big game last night, went 4 of 5.
He's had plenty of them. Speaking of the biscuits. Had the metal bats in Pro Spirits High School mode too.
This patient
I am
approach
tempted to
he's
go back to
showing
that
is part of why
eventually.
he's been
Obviously,
so
it's just
hot lately.
super
He's
heavy
forcing
on
pitchers to
needing
come
the
to areas where
translations.
he can do damage. That one missed.
Whew. Really testing my patience.
And ball 4.
Walked on 4 pitches. Let's go, man.
Pitch walk, the last one
We're
not
racking
really
up
close.
walks
Let's see
like
if
a
he can get
prime
back in the
Bonds.
zone here.
God damn.
Digging in for
Goddamn.
the Biscuits, Ward Rios, coming off a 4-hit effort in yesterday's game.
What do we got? 2 on, no outs.
And that's outside. And it's 1-0.
Just a bit outside. Just missed once I learned how to hit power swings properly. That's all I've been approaching for a lot of pitches. That's fair. In terms of what, switching it directly to the power, or you mean like the timing of it?
They're being a little too
I'm gonna
patient
call.
for
I'm
their
gonna challenge
own good.
that.
Teams that
That's
hit well
close.
aren't usually this passive against fastballs in the zone, and it's going to
Damn.
stay a strike. One challenge remaining for them now. That ABS review is brought to you by Gloucester and Tiresias Optical.
Timing of the
Pay them
swing
a
is
visit,
fair.
and they'll make sure you see what's coming your way. Proud sponsors of this broadcast. What a take.
That's not a
with 2
strike, buddy.
strikes.
You're dumb.
Didn't miss by a lot, but it'll stay a ball. That knocks him down to 1 challenge left. That's off the mark. 3 and 2 now.
We're
Good job
fighting.
to let the low one go
We're
there.
fighting. We're fighting.
Foul. We'll
Late
see
to
another
that, man.
payoff pitch.
Very late to that. I wasn't expecting something so over the heart of the plate. Get
Ground
through.
ball Left side could be 2. Flips for 1 to first. Double
Solid
play.
contact. Didn't
Nicely
matter.
done. Always
Damn.
love a double
Did
play,
move the runner up
especially
to
when
third
it's
at
as
least.
smooth
That
as the one
sucks.
they just turned.
Love how filthy. Dude, the breaking pitches in Pro Spirits are fucking nuts.
Coming up to the dish for Chattanooga.
Again, like we had that
Austin
one
Henry.
moment where we were using
Go ahead,
one
run it
dude, and there was
first.
just like this
Nobody out.
unhittable
Here in
curveball
the
we were
back
throwing.
end
It
of
was
the
so
third
funny.
Kick, the pitch, runner goes. This one is low.
Eh.
Rose safe
We're
and
not
second.
target throw. Yeah, we're not challenging that. He was
I
fine.
like the aggressiveness right there. The pitchers have been dealing so far, so you might as well try to apply some pressure and see
Bunt
if you can
or
steal
pop
your way
up?
into
What's it
scoring
gonna be?
position. Pops this one up at the plate. And the inning is over. We've played 4 full.
The first person
The
view is so
Biscuits on
funny
top,
because the
1
ball
to
takes
nothing.
so long to drop to his glove.
We're ready for the
Leading
5th
off
inning.
for
Stepping to the
All
plate
mercy
now
rules
for
law if you
Montgomery.
dominate. That's
Ward
nice. Well, that's
Rios.
hilarious. Damn, man, he was just doing nothing but fastballs last time.
Hit hard,
Hard
on the ground to short.
contact. Didn't matter.
The throw to
Dang.
first. And
Well,
the
the
leadoff
luck
hitter
we were
sat
having in the
down
last
fifth.
game, it's the opposite this time in terms of doing relatively well.
1 out and
You
a
know.
runner at second. Here's the catcher, Ward Rios.
Just not getting the results. Love being a screwball pitcher. So the issue is,
Here's a fly to center.
fuck.
Sasaki drifts
Like,
towards it.
obviously you can be a two-way
Gets there.
player, but
Got
I'm just like, I don't know if you get like enough of the playing time you'd be looking for
Now batting.
Here's
to
the
fully
center
level
fielder,
things up
Shane
like you'd want to.
Sasaki. One on with
Like, if I'm going to be a
nobody out,
pitcher, I
a
probably
double
just
play
want to
would
be a pitcher, but I like that
certainly
two ways
change
an
the
option.
momentum. Runner on the go. Pitch misses. And safe. That's a stolen base. Not
I just, it's like,
And now the
I feel
tying
like the
run is
most
in scoring
entertaining
position.
way to play Road to the Show for stream is to just try to hit
Here comes the
dingers, you
pitch.
know?
And that's outside. And it's 2-1.
Why am I still playing? I don't care. Send the next appearance. Game over. Neat.
Just
But, you
a
know, like, the
so-so
pitcher one
performance
could
at the
certainly be
plate,
interesting,
So he'll want to
but
do better next time out.
I feel like the most engaging is certainly everyday closes are really fun to watch as well. That's fair. I feel like you don't... Obviously, with a closer, it's like you just don't even know how often you're going to even be playing, especially if you're on a really bad team.
Next up for the
Batting
Biscuits,
third, the
Ward
catcher.
Rios.
Ward
Switch hitter,
I don't
batting
know.
righty against the lefty on the mound.
It's probably too late to restart for like
On
a
the
two-way
ground, right side.
closer and everything, but
And there are 2 outs.
move the runner over at least.
Digging in
It's
for
just
the
a bad
lookouts.
miss. Played
Connor
shortstop in
Burns.
25 and that was
Nobody
fun.
out and a
I don't
runner at
mind
first.
playing
Pitcher will
defense,
wanna
although I
keep
feel like
runner on the
catcher and
move.
trying to
This
gun
one in
people
for a
out
strike.
is probably a smidge more fun than shortstop or
The
second.
throw, tag, he's out.
Case
Well,
in
he got the
point.
leadoff single, but on the
Gun
very
him
first pitch, he
down.
tried to steal
No
second.
touching!
The defense
No
was
touching!
safe
No
ready for it.
touching!
Great catch and throw by
My
the catcher,
base.
and a good tag
Don't
to cut
you
him
forget
down
it.
for the out.
I don't know if he was out, man. I think he should have challenged that.
1 down.
Now
And
batting,
here's the catcher, Ward Rios. Grounded out the first time up.
And a bad, like an awkward
That one
run so
ripped
far.
into
We
right
hit that
center.
pretty well, though. We hit that pretty well. That is going to be a double to right center.
And the
Fly.
tying runs at second base with a double.
He
That
just
was over in a
falls
hurry.
like
Way
a
to get it
sack
in.
of
That one
potatoes.
was right down the middle, and he regretted it as soon as it left his hand.
It's like throwing a trash bag of bricks into the river. Just the way he plummets to slide. Holy shit.
Digging in for the biscuits.
Oh, god damn it. Alright. What's next? Dynamic challenge. I used to play first base because it's easiest. Now I don't even entertain the concept because it was... Yeah, it's fair. I mean, first base in this game can be fun to play. You just don't get too many defensive opportunities that aren't just, hey, ground ball, tag the base. Playing first base in real life can be a little bit more dynamic than that. I was going to swing at that, but I figured I shouldn't first pitch swing. Cinder block torso. He's a double machine. I guess my patience has been up there a little bit tonight. Now that I say that, it won't be.
Line drive to left field.
Land on the turf. Thank you. We'll take a base hit.
Start the inning.
QTEs for diving catch and route. That's fair. I haven't even tried. How long did it take you to create this guy?
Example of
half an hour, 45 minutes or so, I think.
A hard liner into the gap.
Not entirely sure. Go back in the YouTube Live archive.
Pretty tough to have that kind of contact if you're not executing well in all phases.
Do they still have the option that in like the middle of a road to the show, they'll be like, hey, do you want to try this pitching thing? Or would I have to restart? Because now you guys are talking it up. I definitely don't want to try to balance two road to the show playthroughs at the same time either.
The biscuits with the tying run aboard at first. Runner on the go.
Damn. Well, at least we got the 5 points for the good jump.
Runner goes again. This one's hot.
Easy peasy.
And now the time
easy peasy. The call-up MLB already. The Rockies are 9 games below 500. Now they're 55 and 43. Play on a harder difficulty, nerd.
2 outs. Runner on first base.
Up, it's Gary Gilhill.
Will hit next.
Glengarry Gilhill.
1-0 and the pitch. There goes the runner.
Eh. Get out of here!
No touching! No touching!
Position on that play, but a great
my base, baby.
throw to end the inning.
That is my base. No touching. Here we go. First career home run coming up. We've been a contact machine. I ain't trying to be Ichiro. Granted, he could hit home runs too. He just basically chose not to. Oh, you're full of shit. I did go around. Damn it.
The 0-1. That backdoor breaking ball just missed, but it could have been called for a strike. The batter knows he's got to swing if he comes with another one. That one is way inside.
Way down south. I just love how his arms and hands glitch through his tummy.
Out to short, Vargas. They're in plenty of time.
Solid contact. I lay off, it's a strike, so I don't know. Just a good pitch, rough circumstance.
It doesn't get much bigger than this. Tie game.
Please walk me, Ben McShoter. Looks like Chris Christie in that NYPD. Do get on base in case he walks me. What a fucking reference. Oh my god. He does too. For anybody who does not know what was just referenced. Here is former Governor Chris Christie. Like, look, man, I'm not one to shame. I am not in the best shape either. I would probably look pretty similar to this if we're being honest. But it's funny because he's an asshole. So fuck him. God damn. Oh, goodness. Here we go. Let's see if we get anything here. Yes! 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 That is an RBI single for the win. At least it should be.
In the ninth, they take the lead.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Big
Hell yeah.
swing of the bat
Ganicorn,
right
he'll be
there to give
okay.
them the lead.
Ganicorn.
That was clutch.
Oh,
Got the
God.
center
Right before I
field
crashed out
ball
last night, I got a
pounced on it.
notification
That
from
thing
your
was
Discord and was able to snag an Xbox code from this game. We want the cup. Congrats.
smoked.
Yeah, I
And
did.
there's
I
the
did
cleanup
stealth
hitter.
drop some game codes for this
Quick
in the
toss to
Discord as a
first.
nice
Dives
reward
back
for
in
those of you
safe.
that have been hanging out there for however long. And yeah, I mean, again, it's a big thanks to the team for, you know, giving me the codes to give away in the first place. But I'm glad I'm in a position where I can do something like that.
Can't say the pitcher was
Stolen
careless. He
base,
flew over to
Mambo
check the
number
corner.
9.
This is an aggressive base stealer,
Fuck
and he
Mambo
timed his
number
jump
5.
really well.
I want
Great
more.
job to get the steal and move
Rebuilding
into
the
scoring
Rockies
position.
just went 54 and 108. Don't blow the top pick if you get it. It's easy to do, but it's painful, I promise.
Rios really stood out in this win.
Wad
Three
Rios,
hits
this
in
is
the
the
game.
best I've played
Opposing
so
pitchers
far.
will wanna take
I'll
note
hit a
of how he
slump
performed
again,
in
but
this one. If he puts
I am
together
very
games like
streaky with this
frequently,
game. As
he won't
some
be at
nights I
this
actually
level
play
for
decently
long.
well, and then other times I am god-awful. But we're up to a 931 OPS now, so that's pretty sweet. That is pretty sweet. Perk unlocked. Gain a boost of speed when stealing early in away games. It's not the best.
Ward Rios preparing for this one, and
Ward
let's check his status on the
Rios.
Rays organizational depth chart.
Wad Rios.
It's the Montgomery Biscuits taking
However, I
on
now
the
have the best
Chattanooga
farm system in
Lookouts.
baseball. There you go.
And we'll be back with the
Well, if you're
first
going to be
pitch.
garbage, you better at least have the best farm system.
Coming
Top
up to
5,
the dish
top
for
10.
Montgomery,
The catcher,
Ward Rios. 3 hits last night.
All
a
right,
big
Ward
factor in
Rios
getting
against
that win.
Ryan Matt Cardona.
Right guy, right place. Here we go.
And that one nearly hit him.
Honestly, I'm glad that nearly hit me because I almost swung at that. I thought it was going to be a high fastball, and then it dropped off the face of the earth. Ah, I tried to check out of it. Remember what I said about my patience? Yeah. Damn. I should be in a better spot in this at bat. But I'm not. Wadrios.
Line drive to
I
center.
was ready for that curveball. We at least got credit for solid
Out number
contact.
2.
That would have been a strike, too. That just caught the inside edge.
Batting
Damn, man.
the first baseman, Ryan Valade.
Rios stepping in. Now it falls on
Dynamic
him to come
challenge.
through with an RBI.
All right, wee. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Get on base isn't going to do much here, right? So drive in 1 or more runs. One more time against Mr. Cardona. Right down the middle! His first career home run is a grand salami!
That should fire up
Oh
the dugout.
my
And they
God!
tack on to their lead. It's 6-0.
Woo!
To my eye, he looks really
Holy
comfortable recently.
shit.
Seeing the ball well, looks confident. And
That
he is
was
punishing every
fucking
mistake pitch he
murdered.
sees. A
And the
moment to
Waluigi
treasure,
clip
his
isn't even
first
working.
homer at the AA level. That's gotta
Holy
feel
shit,
great,
we
and I'm
finally-
sure the organization is hoping to see him go
Finally hit our first home run.
It's always nice
And
to
it's
see
a grand
team effort
slam.
come together like this. They set the table for him, and he unloaded
Oh
the
my
bases with a
God.
grand slam. So 2 down.
The
And
second
now,
inning grand slam. How do you like that?
Who do you think you are? I am.
Finally. Now I'm going to have to figure out why the wah isn't working, by the way. Hopefully it didn't get deleted or something. That's not good. We might have to recreate the wah. Is it in Stream Deck files? Alright, don't be loud as hell. There it is. All right, I'm glad I still have that home run siren of a slowed down Waluigi. I'm going to have to modify it now that we're Wario. But, good Lord. 421 feet to left center for his first career home run. A no-doubter grand slam. How do you like that? Whew. Beautiful, champ.
Rios.
It was beautiful. Dude, he sent me a fucking meatball right down the middle. Like, I couldn't miss that. Well, I could have, but... Ooh, he almost did it again. That was a pretty crafty splitter. I thought he did it again. That thing fell off the face of the earth. A little bit late. He mad. He mad. Those were 2 strikes as well. He's mad.
2 now.
Not today. I ain't swinging at that today. Not today, son.
2 outs and nobody aboard.
Pro Spirits has a no-doubter cam. That it does. I still have only hit 1 home run in that game, too.
And the righty fires. Struck out looking for the backwards K.
Damn.
Nice job out there as he gets him.
Painted the inside corner. He got a measure of revenge. That's a damn good pitch.
6-1.
Looked like it was going to keep carrying. Damn. That's just a good pitch.
Next up for the Biscuits, Ward Rios. He's already gone yard in this game.
Yeah. Splitter. I just really thought that was going to drop. That was a different pitcher. Oh, well. There you go, then. You got a measure of revenge for his teammate. You're right. The home run was off of Cardona, wasn't it? Lions would have been in based on that pitch count.
This is part of why he's been on such a tear lately. He's doing a good job working the count, giving himself an edge.
Thick.
2 away, base is empty, but 1 run so far this inning. And we're in the top half of the 6th. On the ground, right side.
Oh, come on. The timing was good. The aim was good. It didn't matter.
1 hit in
Dang.
a solo home run. We move on to the bottom of the 6th. 4, 5, 6 hitters coming up. Montgomery ahead in this game, 7-2.
Oh,
Rios digs in now, playing with the lead.
The catcher.
Dynamic challenge against Sam Ben-Schotter. We're 1 for 4 with that grand slam. It's a bit of an unlucky 1 for 4. Just try to get on base here. All right, Sammy, what do you got for me? Sammy. Oh, Linda, get the camera. Oh, okay, it's a double. I thought we were going yard again. We will gladly take a double.
And that makes it another
8th double of the campaign.
Some really good ABs lately. That was as textbook a double as you'll see.
I really thought that was going at first.
In
case you couldn't tell. In case you couldn't tell.
So a runner aboard, and here's...
Oh, man. Missed first base. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Did we get another appearance? I guess we do, defensively. Alright.
We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2 down and nobody aboard.
Strike already, so probably a pop-up.
It's a pop-up.
Yeah. I just love how stupidly fast he is at first. It doesn't make sense.
And that's the ball game.
Oh my God, it just doesn't make sense.
For the first time in professional baseball, a really special moment. I have to smile as I wonder about what must have been going through his head on that trip around the bases.
There it is, our first ever home run. It is a grand slam. So we now lead this team in hits. Can you make his helmet a red shell? I wish. It does have to be team color for the helmets. Hall of Fame status. Plus 100. Hell yeah. Out of 100, hopefully. So I'm in the Hall of Fame, please.
Went yard for the first time in his AA career last time out. Let's see if he can carry that power surge over to today. It's the Montgomery Biscuits taking on the Chattanooga Lookouts. We'll be back to get this one started after this.
8-6 record now.
One down.
And here he is. Facing the current state of Rimouski. I know they aren't doing well, but I couldn't tell you like exact record or anything. 24 losses in a row. Jesus. Okay, so about the whole not doing well thing. About the whole not doing well thing. Jesus. They'll always have Sidney Crosby, though, you know? They'll always have him. That's a bup. That's a bup. Why'd you sound like the fucking Swedish chef from up a bup? That's a bup. Ski ba da ba da bup. I swear I did see the GOHL stat, yeah. Skip it a bit. Bup ba da bup. Ski ba da ba da bup. Bup ba da bup.
3-2 now. Good plate appearance.
We'll take another walk, baby. Let's go. We are cooking on the walks tonight.
Number 9,
Runner at first with one gone. Now
Here we go.
Noah Myers. Quick
Not
move
today,
to
son.
first. Dives back in. Safe.
Not today, son. Not today, buddy. I was ready.
And they're keeping the runner
I was
close.
ready. You want to give me that free base? I'm taking it regardless. I'm taking that base.
Runner on the go. This
Oh,
one
it's going to be a
misses.
good throw. It doesn't matter.
He's in there.
It
Not a
doesn't
huge on
matter
the
if it's
plate,
a
so
good
the base
throw.
runner stood a good chance of getting that steal. Factor in the big lead, and
Let's
that's how
fucking
you
go,
get that
baby.
swipe.
Look at the hustle. Look at the power. He is hungry. He devours. Oh, man. Oh, we got thrown out at home. Damn.
So up next, Austin Hendrick.
number 12.
The road is shortening by the second. Well, that's because he's stomping the pavement into the Earth's mantle.
1-0. Here's the pitch. Runner on the go. Strike in there.
Ah! Damn.
Low and safe. That is a stolen
No,
base.
that's not the
This
first time
team
I've heard
knows the
that.
catcher doesn't have an elite arm, so
Chavi
they're
on the
doing
YouTube
smart
side of
thing
things
to
said
test
as
it
much
here.
earlier.
The pitcher has to help the catcher by varying timing, stepping off, and breaking the runner's rhythm.
Right. Dynamic challenge. Darren McCaugan. McCaugan. Darren McCaugan. Driving a run, hit a home run. We'll just try to drive in the run. My guess is, though, he's not going to want to throw us much here with 2 outs. I
That
lied.
one smashed to left field. And a
Base hit. Is he
right
going? No,
there.
he's not. We'll at least take the
And
single.
the runner holds at third.
Everett
And
has a
he
record of
keeps
55,
swinging a
70.
hot
Jesus.
bat. Some really good games.
Juniors, you got to figure, are going to be weird because of the whole NCAA change, you know?
Let it get deep in the zone, then dropped the bat head on it and ripped it the other way for a knock. 2 away.
All right,
Runners at
another
first and
opportunity
third.
here.
Now the left fielder. Nope.
Am I in Darren's head?
First.
We're not
Throw
going
skips
anywhere.
in, can't handle it at second.
I'm in your head, Darren. I'm in your head. Zombie.
Another throw over and back again.
In your head. In your head. Darren.
There goes the runner.
Darren.
Pitch
And
misses.
stolen
And safe. That's a stolen base,
base.
not close. Not a
Number
huge arm behind
11.
the plate, so the base runner stood a good
In
chance
this
of getting that
campaign
steal.
already with
Factor
another
in the
stolen
big
base
lead,
for your
and
boy.
That's how you get that swipe.
Beauty. Dude, once we get our speed up, we're going to be unstoppable in terms of stealing ability if we're already this good.
Jay Allen digs in
batting,
now.
the left fielder.
Hunter, the runner at first.
Michael
with 2
for
out.
it. Well, he ain't Michael again it. He's Michael for it.
Runner on the move. Pitches outside.
Eh. Damn.
Safe at second. Not even close.
I love when it
This
looks
team
like he's trying to
knows the
throw
catcher
with power.
doesn't have an elite arm, so they're doing the smart thing to test it here. The pitcher has to help the catcher by
How
varying
dare you
timing,
say I don't have an
stepping
elite
off,
arm.
and breaking the runner's rhythm.
How dare you.
2 outs, runners at first and second.
Yeah, we got a single today. 2 on, 2 outs against Darren McCaugan.
This one in the air to
I
right.
fucked up.
Hendrick
I gotta be honest
under.
though, it kind of felt like, and
And
this
that
was
will retire
happening
the
last
side.
year, it kind of
Two
felt like
left
there
on
was a
base.
frame skip as the
Score
ball
still.
came out of his hand. Because that
Coming up to
really,
the
out of
dish
his hand,
Montgomery
looked like it was
or
going left and it
Rios.
went right.
This is a prime opportunity right here.
But different pitcher, Hunter Parks, bases loaded, 1 out.
That one ripped.
That's my
foul.
pitch too, man, and I missed it. At least that's my pitch on zone. I don't know if it'll be my pitch on big box
The
here.
0-1. Hit
Bang!
on the line.
That's at least an RBI. Right down the middle, good timing, didn't get the home run. That really could have been a second grand slam, but I'll at least take the RBI. But that is very unlucky to have not gotten another home run there.
Next up for the Biscuits, Ward Rios.
Right, down 10-8,
One on with
no
nobody
outs,
out.
1 on.
Double play would
Will Cannon.
certainly change the inning's momentum.
I got greedy. Trying to go for dingers. I got greedy. Let the dingers
The 0-1
come.
offering. Way inside.
Hey,
That's the
thanks for
batter.
hitting me, pal.
And
Honestly,
now
I'll
the
take that.
potential winning run is
Takes the
on
pressure
base.
off for me to adjust, and we just do what we need to do. Not bad.
Always nice to see a player at this level coming to the plate with a plan
Not
and delivering
bad.
strong results. The team may have lost, but he held up his end.
Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. 1 for 2 with a single. Last 6 games, we have a 500 average, 13 RBI in our last 10 games. We love playing Chattanooga. And we finally hit our first home run, which is pretty crazy. Hey, we got an equipment pack. I like that. I like free stuff. Got a 364 average in total, not bad. Pensacola's up next. Also not bad. Goals, reach an overall of 65. Well, we haven't gotten there yet, but we will try. Alright. Give me something good. Respect the tools. Improve base running, fielding, hitting, and pitching. Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to decide how I want to spend these, stubs, because I don't know. Like, we could get a diamond equipment item, but, like, they're better to improve the perks, and we haven't really spec'd into perks yet, you know? So I don't think that stuff's going to be all that important, at least early on. So this is what our outlook is right now compared to AAA catcher for Durham, Dominic Keegan. Complete your goals to overtake Keegan at catcher to be considered for the spot on the Bulls. So the call-up outlook is getting better. It's not there yet, though. Performance comparisons. I have way more. He sucks. I know it's only 29 at-bats in his last 10 games, but good Lord, man. Good Lord. Good Lord. Look at the stat difference. Good Lord. What are you waiting for? I got more stolen bases than he has RBIs and hits. Jesus. Jesus. Outlook not ready. I feel like the equipment matters less now that did. Oh, Swerta for sure. I mean, again, like I talked about that before. I don't. Oop, I hit the wrong button. I don't know if I'll ever be able to play to the level that I did like 2 or 3 years ago, where I was on fucking like Legend Plus, for God's sakes. A big part of that was the equipment and the perks, the way the old perk system worked, because you could just buy. You could be in AA, but you could just buy diamond perks through Diamond Dynasty. And some of those diamond perks were fucking nuts. I think there was one, I don't remember if it was called Off the Radar or whatnot, but there was one that boosted normal swings, you know, just hitting the A button, and it would increase your exit velo. There was another where it's like increase your contact on pitches just outside of the strike zone, which I swing at a lot of those. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever play to the same level again, because that was a crazy time. I gotta be honest. which on one hand hurts my ego, but on the other, I'm also pretty determined to try to get to that same level of play. Although tonight, at least clear for takeoff. Thank you, Moki. That is what it was. God bless my beloved clear for takeoff, because that thing was overpowered as hell. Like, dude, even in like freaking Diamond Dynasty, like the boss challenges and stuff like that, as you build your way up, it would just be like, nope, give me clear for takeoff. That is all I need. Absolutely all I need. Oh, goodness. Let's see what we have here. Let's see, what time is it? 4:10 in the morning. I do need to mess with some YouTube's stuff tonight. So I think it's, what, a 6-game series? So, I mean, that's going to carry us over to, that's going to carry us over to close to, like, 5 a.m., which is a bit much. That is a bit much. So I think what we'll do is call... Look at him, he's a fucking gremlin. Who was he even talking to? He's a nightmare. I think we will call it there, but again, we will be back for some more tomorrow. Both with some franchise mode and, of course, this road to the show that we're going to keep grinding through. Although, really quickly, let me upgrade some power. Let me upgrade some contact. We don't have enough on speed. Fielding, though, we can get our pop time up a little bit. Let's do that. It's going to put us up to a 59. Without the helmet, he looks like Jimmy Neutron got put in the device. Insanity. Insanity. But yeah, I think we will be back tomorrow. And like I said, we'll continue on my franchise as well. Hopefully we can finally turn the corner with the White Sox. And then, like I said, I know a lot of people are looking forward to like a Draft to Glory franchise, a streamer versus chat maybe, the whole like Nation United idea that we've done in the past. Like, there's a lot of different ideas we could run with, especially since, like, different mechanics, but things definitely work pretty similarly. The women only challenge we could try as well. I don't know for sure if we'd be able to pull it off, but we could definitely try at the very least. All right, I was going to rate this guy, and he just walked off screen 30 minutes ago and hasn't come back. Maybe not 30 minutes ago. I'm still going to send the raid over to this dude. We'll see if he's cool or not. But yeah, like I said, those other ideas, we'll have to figure it out. So YouTube-wise, for those of you that stuck around, thank you very much. Twitch-wise, let's go say hello to this dude, if you would. You know, we got to get our raid reputation up there. We got to start dropping emotes and shit, especially because we have some really weird emotes. I will see all of you, hopefully, right back here tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out tonight, and good night. Also, please leave the raid at 69 viewers, please.